the research office of Babcock University has grown in capacity, not only in capacity, but in visibility and also in impact. And so it's my pleasure to also recognize the presence of Professor Grace Tyre, the Director of Research, Innovation, and International Cooperation of Babcock University. Thank you. Please permit me at this point to recognize all our distinguished faculty members here present, all our staff here present, and indeed members of the Research, Innovation, and International Cooperation Office. My pleasure to recognize every one of you. At this point, I am inviting the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics of our institution, Professor Faleman Amanze, for his opening remarks.
Good morning, everybody. As I look at the congregation this morning, I'm reminded of a conference in a part of the world in that conference, only 30 scholars from around the world came. How many scholars? 30. And they represented the whole globe. So it's not the number that matters, but the quality of the attendee who in that particular program that matter. This morning, don't feel lonely. Don't feel you are alone. Stretch out your hand to somebody and say, welcome. Tell somebody welcome. Tell somebody, I'm glad that you are here. My brother, welcome. I'm glad that you are here. My Vice Chancellor, Emeritus, welcome.
Thank you so much.
Glad you are here, sir.
Nice you are here.
With your beautiful wife.
Thank you so much.
My sister, you're welcome too. Glad that you are here. You're welcome. Our research guru, the first lady of Babcock University, welcome. Glad that you are here. All right. Let us see some protocol, because it's for us to observe this protocol. My President Vice Chancellor, Professor Ademola Estayo, do not here now, but heavily represented. Principal officers and associate principal officers of Babcock University who are here. Director of Research, Innovation, and International Cooperation, Rick, who is here in person. Deputy Director of Rick. Keynote presenter for this Omega Rick conference. Don't mind the word. Omega is written in small letter, not the other one, big letter. You know, this is really an Omega conference as far as I'm concerned. Symposium panel members who are here this morning, provosts of colleges, deans of schools, heads of departments, professors and presenters for the unique conference, organizers of this one-day Omega conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I say once again, good morning to you all. And I'm extending to you a warm welcome to this Research Leadership Conference. My duty is just to give a welcome, okay, an opening remark. Just opening remarks. And I thank God it's a very simple assignment. An opening remark. And I have titled this program Omega Research Leadership Conference. Omega Research Leadership Conference. It started about a decade ago. And I thank God that we are taking part in this closing ceremony. Tutu. Let me use my system, please. Transfer that into my system. I'm not going to call you again. Yes, so I can move at my own speed and velocity. Okay? So what did I call this presentation? One more time. Say it again. Omega Research Leadership Conference. Okay. It has been said that innovation, research, and entrepreneurship are three powerful themes or words that are at the front burners of all organizations, societies, and nations that are progressive, successful, and self-sufficient. Actually, these three words are important. And it's not on innovation, or entrepreneurship, but on research. On what? Research. And you can see that these three words, research is in the middle of them all. So what is research? Research has been defined as the creation of new knowledge or the use of existing knowledge in a creative way. Our concern this morning. Who is a leader? A leader has been described as people seem it in your own way. In leadership, it refers to the moral and ethical qualities or backbone that define an individual's personality, influencing their actions, decisions, and interactions with other people. The question now is this: why is character important in leadership? Why? It is important because a leader without character may rise quickly, but will not be there. Will soon land crash. Character ensures that leadership influence is sustainable, is ethical, and also respected. So how do you identify good leaders? How? Without going to the nitty-gritty of it, a leader should have integrity. That is, your word should match your action. Your orthodoxy should match your orthopraxy, both in the day and at night. Should be honest and transparent. Should be humble. Should be courageous. Don't be afraid of taking the strong assignment. And should have empathy. What is empathy? It means going after other people's benefit. Having the ability to understand and connect with the needs and the struggles and aspirations of others around you, especially those you are leading. You know, this morning, let me go a little further and talk about the 3 principles of leadership, which every leader should possess. This includes clarity, character, compassion, commitment, constraint, creativity, continuous learning, consistency, and candidacy. The candidacy here has multiple meanings. You're a candidate of this community, as well as a candidate of we are, heavenly community. Hallelujah. You know, be a Christian institution. You can't leave heaven alone. We're talking in this university. Talk about here and the hereafter. So this morning, I will not spend all the time talking about the qualities of a leader, but they are there on the screen. So what is leadership? What is leadership? Leadership is an action. It's not a position. Hallelujah. It's an action. What you do when you have to stay somewhere is an action. It's a verb. George says leadership is a relationship in which one person influences others to work together willingly on related tasks to attain what the leader desires. Kohn says leadership is the process of influencing people so that they will strive willingly towards the achievement of group goals. Synergy. Work with the group to achieve something good. So leadership, in essence, is a process by which one person influences the thoughts, attitudes, and behaviors of others to achieve their common set goals. And friends who are here this morning, the theme of this one-day conference is research and what? Leadership. What is research leadership specifically? It means the ability to guide and influence a research team or a community toward achieving scientific and academic goals. Wow. The leader helps all of us to achieve something set for all of us. It involves setting a clear vision, fostering collaborative environment, and ensuring ethical and effective conduct of research. A research leader also provides mentorship, encouragement, and innovation, help to secure funding for the work before them, among other things. Friends, in the last 10 years, I want to submit, we have a leader in the research office who has epitomized all these good characteristics. I will praise God for that. The next slide is just a summary, brief summary of what has been achieved over the last 10 years. Grant received 55. Bill Grant awarded 83. Workshops, conferences, seminars, symposia from 2020 to 2025, we have 20. International collaborations, 42. Publications, over 1,000. About is the leader we have on the screen before us today, Professor Grace Tayo, our director. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to you all. Thanks for being here, and let us make these 4 hours of this Omega conference memorable, successful, and truly unforgettable. The Bible says in the book of Ecclesiastes chapter 9 verse 10, the first part, whatever your hand finds to do, do it with all your might. This lady has done so in the department, and we praise God for her. Therefore, congratulations. Congratulations to all the staff Members of RIC office have meticulously and secretly organized this conference behind their director. Congratulations to all of us who are participating in this program today. Congratulations to Backward University, where failure on research, innovation, and international cooperation can never be an option. Therefore, I want to declare this conference open. But my Vice Chancellor is here now. I will not speak when he's here on his behalf. My VC, sir. I should go ahead. I have been authorized. Tutu, next slide, please. I've been authorized. All right? Okay, the next one. That is it. Declaring the conference open. On behalf of the President Vice Chancellor of Backward University, Professor Ademola Stephen Tayo, I hereby declare this Omega Conference on Research and Leadership open to the glory of God and for the progress of humanity. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, sir. Professor Philemon Amanzi, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Academics of our great university. One more time, thank you very much. Next, we just a moment. Please relax. We're just trying to. Just give me a little soft music. Well, the break is also part of the program, so it's just to get you tune up. Yes, yeah, it's part of it. Okay. Well, you know, in an academic setting, there are certain things that you do. You know, it's just like an artist. You know, a very good artist will produce an artwork. But if you look intently, you know, at it, you'll find out that there is something in it that shouldn't be there that has found itself in it. And there are things that ought to be there which are not in it. So the work of art usually not complete, however beautiful it may look. And so when we draw up a program, sometimes you come to realize that there might be certain things, you know, missing, and certain things that just a few seconds, and then we'll be where we should be. As I said, we are going to be taking the keynotes address, and we are very delighted to be having Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to be inviting right now the Director of Research at Covenant University, the former Vice Chancellor of Covenant University, and who is going to be delivering the keynote address for this conference, Professor Abiodun Humphrey Adebayo. Please, let's give him a round of applause as he steps forward. Thank you very much, sir, for coming and accepting to be our speaker, main speaker here today. Abiodun Adebayo is an astute professor of biochemistry, a university administrator, and award-winning researcher. He was the immediate past Vice Chancellor of Covenant University, one of the leading universities in Africa, driven by a vision to raise a new generation of leaders. As the Vice Chancellor, he successfully led Covenant into globally rated world-class university status through, I've been interrupted by calls, through her impressive global rankings, such as the 2025 World University Rankings of the Times Higher Education, where Covenant emerged top in Nigeria and in West Africa, and 6th best in Sub-Sahara Africa. Also, Covenant emerged first in Nigeria and in West Africa, 3rd in Africa, and 73 globally at the 2025 Maiden Interdisciplinary Science Ranking of the Times Higher Education. Between 2022 to 2025, he served as a council member and trustee of the Association of Audit of Commonwealth Universities. He also served as a member of the Risk Audit Committee of ACU. In the same vein, he was an elected member of the governing board of the Association of African Universities between 2021 and 2025. He is a fellow of the Nigerian Young Academy and the Chartered Institute of Administration. Professor Adebayo's scientific breakthroughs saw him elected the prestigious and competitive fellowships of the Nigerian Academy of Science and the African Academy of Sciences. Professor Adebayo holds a BSc, MSc, and PhD degrees in biochemistry and had postdoctoral fellowship at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. He specialized in plant biochemistry and has been actively involved in the sustainable use of indigenous medicinal plants. Professor Adebayo, who is a recipient of the prestigious Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Sciences for Development for Developing World, that is TWAS, Fellowship Awards, has published in reputable local and international journals. Professor Adebayo and his research group have won several research grants. Professor Adebayo reviews for some local and high-impact journals. He is also listed on the editorial board of some international journals. He is a member of the accreditation panel of the National Universities Commission, where he visited and accredited biochemistry programs in some Nigerian universities. He is an external assessor of faculty appointed into professional chair to some universities. He had also served as an external examiner to some university. He has supervised several bachelor, master's, and PhD students. In 2013, the International Biographical Center, Britain, listed him as one of the leading scientists of the world. Professor Adebayo is a member of the Scientific Advisory Board and Council of Queenets, an international and leading wellness and lifestyle company. Professor Adebayo is a recipient of several local and international awards and had served as keynote invited speaker, guest speaker, and roundtable discussant at some local and international conferences, workshops, seminars, etc. He was a speaker at universities in UK International, Transnational Education Conference, and a member of the steering committee of the Going Global Africa Conference, organized by the British Council in 2024. Professor Adebayo has been part of the TNE from the developmental stage as Vice Chancellor, where he attended several strategic meetings before the guideline was launched and approved by the National Universities Commission. He has also attended some of the TNE consultative and engagement meetings organized by the British Council, Lagos, including meeting with the delegation from UK on TNE. He also featured as a panelist in the NAFSA, that is, Association of International Educators Conference. Professor Adebayo was the keynote speaker at the maiden edition of the Pan-African Summit, organized by the Times Higher Education at the University of Pretoria in 2024. He had also delivered keynotes, panelists, and featured plenary speaker at other THE and QS ranking conferences and events. Professor Adebayo was recently honored as the most distinguished Vice Chancellor in Nigeria at the Nigeria Excellence Award for 2024. Professor Adebayo's biography was published in the 30th edition of Maquis Who is Who in the World in the United States. He was a former Dean of the School of Postgraduate Studies, Covenant University, Ota, Nigeria. Professor Adebayo currently serves as the Director of the Center for Research, Innovation, and Discovery. He is happily married to Dr. Mrs. Olufunke Adebayo, and their marriage is blessed with 3 children. Distinguished colleagues, scholars, and administrators, it's my pleasure to present to you our keynote speaker, Professor Adebayo.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. The Vice Chancellor and President and Vice Chancellor of our great Babcock University, Professor Ademola Stephen Tayo. Thank you so very much. He's my very good friend. For a long time, And we're still consulting even after I left the office as Vice Chancellor. Thank you so much for the great work you are doing here. I must confess that this is my very first time of coming to Babcock University. And usually I don't come and sleep in any event. But somehow when the invitation came, I was like, oh, let me look at my calendar. Okay, I can come, but I'll just come in and go, deliver my... but somehow I was waiting on the Lord, and I said, Lord, so what's... He said, and I just heard the Spirit of God said, just go in, stay there in the evening, and come in the morning and deliver your lecture. So I'm happy I'm here, sir. Thank you so much for the kind invitation. The Deputy Vice Chancellor of Babcock University, Professor Philemon Amanzi. Thank you so very much for that inspiring opening remark, and which almost looked like, in fact, another address that he's going to be giving. But it was good. It actually set a pace for this presentation, and I'm so excited to have listened to the great work that is being done here. And my appreciation also goes to the other principal officers of the university who are here or may not be here, and to the celebrant of the day, Professor Grace Tayo. Thank you so very much. Well, this is my very first time I'm going to be meeting you. Congratulations on your successful leadership at this, center, the research, innovation, internationalization, and cooperation. In fact, you were saying 10. I asked her before coming, I said, how many years have you spent? She said, 12 years. Wow. So, well, let me say, to be safe, say 10 to 12 years. You have done an incredible job here, and only God can reward you. Well done. And I looked at those amazing things that had been said you have done in the last couple of years, and they are so incredible, and you need to be celebrated. Congratulations, ma. And other faculty and staff who are here, and professors, I'd like to say thank you so much for having me. And my wife is here. Dr. Mrs. Olufunke Adebayo is here. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much. And I also came with somebody that we came with. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's Mr. Benson there. Thank you so very much. This morning, like I mentioned, when I got the invitation, I was so excited. And these days, I've been receiving invitation to go to faith-based institutions. And each time I go, I'm so excited to share experiences, particularly because it's God's business. It's God's business. It doesn't matter the name it is called, but the moment anything is dedicated to God, usually I drive it with all intentionality of purpose. I must say here that I've been privileged this morning to come here to share some thoughts with us. And ever since I got this title, I've been looking at it and comparing some things. And so what I'm going to be sharing with us today is to help us steer our minds, to steer up our heart, to see, and to see how we can begin to project further. And to also look at where we are is not a final bus stop. There are still greater places to be. In fact, any success that is not improved upon will become a failure tomorrow. If you are number one today and you are not constantly improving on yourself, you become a failure tomorrow. In fact, you become number last tomorrow. It's just a student who feels that he has arrived, that he's just right from primary school, he's been carrying first position. Enter secondary school, first position. Now enter the university. From first position in his secondary school, he became number 30 in the class of 50. I had to tell him, oh boy, sit up. You are nowhere. And so what I'm saying here is that the world is moving forward. and at the same time, things are happening everywhere. Now, I came in, and I so much love this place yesterday since I came in, and I want to appreciate God for what God is really doing here. Congratulations, sir, on your incredible leadership. I'm told you just have 2 more weeks. Congratulations, sir. It has been a journey of great and inspiring leadership here at Babcock University. The Lord bless you, sir, and increase you forward. In Jesus' name. Now, we will be looking at higher education as agent of change, the role of research administration. And that's the topic I've been giving to talk about, and I have no option. I said, no problem, I will speak about it. Yeah, but permit me here and there. I'm going to be digressing here and there in order to enrich the context and the discussion. So I'll be guided by this outline. So of course, introduction, we look at impact of education in national development. We look at overview of higher education institutions within Africa and the sub-Saharan Africa. Of course, we look at research administration and the grant life cycle. How does it look like? Of course, we look at research administrators and principal investigators and their roles. We look at global research and development expenditure. I decided to put this so that we all know that research is just about money. And so what actually is driving those, world-class universities in the US, in the Europe, and even, some places in Asia. And so just to compare notes, and we now see where we are within Africa. And at the same time, we look at how that has equally transcended into their global publication and global. I'm not going to look at ranking today because that's not the subject of rank, but when we talk about global publication, you should also know that that is what is actually enhancing their visibility, global visibility. Then we look at RIC here, and we also look at Cochrane. That's what are we doing, and that maybe perhaps we may be able to also learn from, and we look at recommendation, and we draw a conclusion from there. But I must say here that higher education in Africa is at an important turning point that is shaped in the continent's dynamics of the youth population and pressing development challenges. Now, what do I mean? Do you know why the Western world is actually coming to Africa to pitch about our talent? Because Africa has a very rich diversity of talent. In fact, it's been said that the talent of Africa, that is between the age of 18 and age 35, is the highest in the region, in the whole continent. And that's why they are so keen in moving our youths down to Europe, down to America, down to Asia, because where talent is fast becoming a challenge there. But with over 400 million young people aged between 15 and 35, Africa boasts the youngest population in the world, offering a unique opportunity to harness the potential, growth, and innovation. Behind all of this, it's also important for us to begin to know that a university is not just formed just because we want to make a university. What's the idea really behind a university? It was Nelson Mandela that says, education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world. In other words, we can use the education, the tool called education, to transform the entirety of the entire world. But again, if you look at all of this, no, the slide before, please. If you look at all of this, you may wonder, why is it that we are not actually living, particularly in this part of the continent, to the to the world, by the sage Nelson Mandela? It was Albert Einstein that said the pursuit of knowledge is more valuable than its possession. You know, in other words, you don't acquire knowledge to sit with knowledge, but you acquire knowledge because you want to see what you can use that knowledge to really do. Knowledge is more valuable than possessing it. Now, the idea behind the university is the fact that the university is the pursuit of knowledge. It's used for problem solving, collaborations, leadership, and citizenship and critical thinking. And I'm excited that this research leadership conference is actually holding. I think that we got another name today. It has been christened by DVC that it is called Omega, the small Omega, not the bigger Omega. Omega Research Leadership Conference. Yeah, so it is. That is the summary of why the university is created. In other words, a university is created for research, for teaching, and for community development or community service. So, but the question is, why is it that we are not living up to the expectation of the university, the ideas behind this university? We're faced with so many challenges. But if you also want to know what kind of impact higher education has equally done, it has done amazing impact. Can you imagine in a situation whereby you have, people are not educated, no school, everybody drops out from the secondary school. We are not going, no higher education. But higher education exists for innovation, for culture, for human capacity development, for social development, and to equally raise other leaders. But let's quickly take a glimpse about how university actually started in the higher education institutions in Africa and sub-Saharan Africa. As at March 2024, there were 1,280 universities in sub-Saharan Africa. And this is without prejudice to other higher institutions such as polytechnics, vocational schools, nursing school. I think that was the data I was able to get as at the time I was checking this sometimes last year. But I have not checked now. There would have been more. Of course, in Nigeria here alone, you know how many universities, over 300 universities in Nigeria today. I don't know, as at last July, I'm aware of, is it 304, 303? But I don't know, because universities are being created, and out of these, we have more than 50% of them are private universities. Again, this is due to unavailability of comprehensive data. So data has actually been our challenge here. But within the sub-Saharan African, which is made up of all African countries except Algeria, Egypt, Libya, Morocco, Sudan, Tunisia, and some part of the Western Sahara, because those ones also carved the name for themselves, and they said they are within the Arab region. But if you also look at the population of sub-Saharan Africans at March 2024, you will notice that we are near over 1.2 billion people within the sub-Saharan African as at March 2024, excluding the Arabs within Africa. This means 912,132 persons per university. Now let's do a comparison. In the US, for instance, 85,843 persons per university. It is because there are thousands of universities even in the US. As at the last time I checked, we had close to 5,000 universities then, but I think actively in the US, we had 3,500 of them which are actually functional as at the time I checked sometimes last year. But in Canada, 173,368 persons per universities. And in Europe, 274,151 persons per university. Compared to Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, 900 and almost 1 million persons per university. And what that means is that even the universities are not even sufficient. They are not enough. They are not enough. So, access becomes a question. Access becomes a major issue, particularly in the sub-Saharan Africa. And this demonstrates grossly on the sub-Saharan population in terms of educational reach. Now, let's look at this origin again. But there are evidences that shows that Africa is home to the world's oldest and still existing universities by Waruru 2023. And in Tunisia, for instance, the El Zitouna University was established in 737 AD, and it is the planet's most ancient institution still in operation. And the University of Al-Qarawiyyin in Fez, Morocco, which was established in 1859 AD, is the second oldest higher institution of learning and still in operation today. I was in Morocco, I think this year also, and I was told that this university still exists, and but I think they do more into, they teach Arabic. So that's the university that supports and promotes Arabic studies there. But in Egypt, the Al-Azhar University, which is in the capital, Cairo, comes in third and founded in 1970 AD, and nearly 100 years after that of Morocco. The Al-Qarawiyyin University was established. But Mali's famous king, Massa Musa, gifted Sub-Saharan University with the first and the world's fourth oldest university, that is the University of Sankore in 989 AD, and it is located in the ancient World Heritage of Timbuktu. Now, let's quickly look at the world's oldest universities that has borders beyond the borders of Africa. University of Bologna, founded in 1088 in Italy. Now, the University of Oxford in the UK was founded in the year 1096, and the University of Salamanca in Spain, 1218, and the University of Paris in France, 1150. This proves that Africans show the rest of the world the idea of university. But what is happening to African universities today? Where are we when we compare where those universities are when compare them to African universities today? So we are really, really far behind. Let's quickly look at top 5 challenges identified in sub-Saharan African universities. Of course, low level of institutional gaps and support for research management functions and services is one of such. Is top. The reason why we are not growing as a university is lack of support for research management and functional services. For instance, if you look at African universities, how many of them even have grant management office? None. In most cases, very few. Very few. Very few. Weak identity and low status of research manager. Research manager we are talking about, these are research administrators. How many of them really have that today? Still very few. Who are not, their own work, they are not combining it with academic and research. No, these ones, they are the ones that manage the grant office. Very few. Lack of understanding of higher education's reliance on research managers to support and sustain the business of doing research, and poor skill set of knowledge in research management processes in line with best practices on the part of some managers of the research, and lack of career progression opportunities for research administrators and managers. So these are the issues. Now let's look at research administration. Research administration can be defined as the process of managing, coordinating, regulating, reporting, and sometimes commercializing research efforts. But the administrator work in many settings, including universities, in hospitals, in governmental agencies, corporations, medical schools, and non-profiting boards. In this type, we are talking about the university for this purpose of this discussion. They raise funds, they equally make funding decisions and ensure compliance with standards, regulations, regulations, coordinate projects, investigate ethical issues, and many other related tasks. That's exactly what they do. But again, would they cover the following aspects? For instance, the pre-award stage to the award stage to post-award stage, award management, compliance with regulations, and award closeouts. And of course, they are all equally involved in audit. So it's a whole work. It's a whole work. It's a whole work. I know I'm talking to people who have won grant. I'm told here we have received 55 external grants here from the report shared by the DVC today. 55. And we equally have 83 internal grants. So managing those grants can become very, very tedious. And I know what I'm talking about. It's like a whole job, particularly when you get an NIH grant. It's a whole job. And the one from the US and the UK is a whole job. So again, all of these processes, beginning from the pre-award state to the post-award, and at the same time, the conclusion and the closeout, this all form the research administration life cycle. So I just put this in a chart here to look at grant life cycle. So of course, in pre-award, we are looking at how do we define the project. Of course, the pre-award also look at how do we equally source for funding, and it also involves developing an award-winning proposal. Because not all proposals that are winnable. Yeah, you can't just write anyhow proposal and say you want to submit for a grant. You will turn it down. We had the recent experience where we're looking for people to submit grants into. We got 49 applications from our faculty and staff. But at the end, just looking at the application alone, we threw out more than half. In fact, they were 20, we threw out about 28 of them. Only 21 we now considered and sent for external review to look at it. People who are experts. And at the end, we are only able to fund 9 of them because of the comments from the external reviewer. So it's a whole lot. A whole lot. A whole lot. Because we're going to give not less than, I think, in one of those categories, the highest was going to be 30,000 USD. So we are very sure of what we are looking out for, because we are targeting that towards product development. So it's a whole lot. It's a whole lot. So you can't just submit anyhow proposal and you expect to win. And somebody is a founder that has an interest and must align with that interest, and you must be a specialist in that area to be able to do, because you won't collect money and you say you are going to get married. God has blessed me. And this is the body I've been waiting for. And that's exactly what happened to some of us here. That's why some grant issues are not, some grants, some of those projects are not delivered on time. Somebody received grant and is going to buy a car. And yet, how do you want to account for that? Now, let's quickly look at research administrators, their roles and responsibilities. Well, it's a whole lot. Managing a research, like I mentioned, grant involves various administrative roles, responsibilities, apart from the academic, having a good knowledge of the grant or the work you are supposed to be given to do. You must have the administrative skills to really manage those grants. So in accordance with the grant's objective and regulation, they search for administrators that can assist in researchers in preparing grant applications for providing guidelines and budget. So what this role means that we employ people in our universities and whose basic work will be to assist our faculty in putting the application together, particularly for externally funded grants. So that's their work. They are specialists. They are grant specialists. They are grant managers. They have managed such grants outside. And one of such roles is the award acceptance. The research administrator responsibility is working with the necessary team within the universities, and this includes the provisions of the necessary budget and compliance and approval that will be required. What about award management? Now it has been accepted. It is now awarded. They equally help in ensuring that we comply with the funders' requirement. Now, research administrators, they oversee the budget allocated for grant, ensuring that expenses are within the approved limits and align with the project's goal. Now, I've found, even while I served as Vice Chancellor, because the Vice Chancellor also administer those funds when it comes to the university. So he is the one that is the overall boss of every grant. So in one of such experiences that I had, each time I get that, I will take my time to look at it. Usually we are going to have issues with the principal investigators who says, my salary. I said, no, if he has seen that there is so much money available, now go and bring it, and trying to increase the salary. I said, how? How much did you say you were going to collect? He said, this is it. Now, how come it is now? I said, never. Okay, you have said you are going to bring in 3 students into this project. You have only brought 1. Where are the 2? The remaining 2. So that's the work of even the grant managers to also help. And because the Vice Chancellor has quite a lot of work that he's also doing. But if you have the time, like I always create time, even when there's no time, you should also look at it to see that you comply with the minutest one, because they are checking you, and if you spend beyond the limit, there will be sanctions. Because what they do, if the grant is meant to be for 3-4 years, they disburse on a yearly basis, and they expect you to reach a milestone. If you conclude a certain milestone, they disburse the next. The year 1 is gone, you must have concluded and submitted a report. If you are told to publish in a certain journals, that is where you should publish. That's what you should, and you are expected to have done that for this aspect of the research in the year 1, then you'll be qualified to get the next. Now, recently, we are also privileged in Covenant to have the World Bank project, the ACE project. It's called the we had a center, the African Center of Excellence, where we're funded to the tune of over $6 million USD by the World Bank. So it afforded us the opportunity to bring in international students. It's the same thing. In fact, that one, the university will have to use its money to expend such money, because they have had several experiences until they concluded that, no, the university, this is it. They call it the deliverables, the milestones to be reached. At certain time, this is where you will need to carry this work to. Once you conclude on this work, then we will pay you. Did you get that? So that has been their business. So it is because of previous experiences that they have had. So the administrators will normally help manage in this regard. As part of their effort, they are equally involved in effort reporting and documentation, and closure and post-grant activities there. What about the principal investigators? Responsibility is enormous. They undertake both academic and the administrative responsibility, and anyone who would want to become a principal investigator will require to have strong communication skills, a thorough understanding of both the project objectives and the administrative requirements for funding, and collaboration between the departments involved, the school, particularly the grant office, and for instance, our RIC here, the research, innovation, internationalization, and cooperation here would also need to work with the PI would need to work with the office of RIC here, and then achievement of their goals. Then the responsibilities of the PIs will be for project design and planning, grant proposals, writing, and of course, which involve, he's the lead writer and coordinates all the grant proposal. They are responsible for articulating significance of the research and outline the methodologies and all of the things that a good proposal should equally entail. Whereas the PI would also be involved in grant award acceptance, physical management of these. They oversee the budget allocated for each of the projects, ensuring the funds are allocated appropriately to cover the research expenses such as personnel, salaries, anything that is not there. It is advisable you don't even put it there. Because the moment you put it there, it will be difficult. And they will see it as no explanation for it. For typical grants, we normally have conference attendance, workshop attendance, publication support. All of those things are there, and they are meant to be used for the purpose in which they had been previously intended to. Now, personnel manager, they also manage the personnel because you are going to be having people working with you. They could be regular university staff or non-university staff that are under your own payroll. So that's why it's a major task. Now, research data, they are also involved in gathering the data, of course, from the experimentation, and also publishing such data, and developing and maintaining an orderly system and data organization, and in compliance with the sponsor's requirement. STPI's role, they are involved in regulatory compliance and ethics, progress monitoring of the report, and knowledge dissemination, reporting the closure and requirements. Now, let's look at the global overview of research development expenditure. I decided to put this here. Where you have here, can I have it, Lisa? Now, sorry. Good. Now, what you have here, okay, it's not showing clearly here, but on my system here is showing if the least figure here is 0.4. Sorry, please. 0.4 to, I think, about 5. Here, you can see Africa here. What color you see? The list here, can you see here? You can't even see any of those colors that match. The only one that match here is South Africa, within the lower region. And that shows the research index in terms of how much that comes in. Now, if you look at here, this is the US, and this is China. Did you see that? This is the US, and of course, this is Europe here. Can you see how dark they are here? And that's to tell you how much they expend on research and development. And that speaks volume, because it's also a function of the kind of social, it impacts on our social development impact here within the region and within their region here, so that you can really see. So when you can compare this data to check their economic power. You can use this data to connect to why these universities are doing very well, because they have quite a lot of money that they are expending on research, they are expending on development, and that's exactly what happened there. Now, next slide shows, okay, you want to control from there? Thank you. My next slide also shows how much is US and China R&D expense. Now, in 2023, this report is as out July 25, 2025, as when I was preparing for this. Report shows US still leads in the world in research and development for now. Now in 2023, this is actually referring to the 2023 data, that the US spent nearly $940 billion in research and development across all sectors of the economy. When measured in the purchasing power parity, PPP dollars, the US invested $923 billion in gross domestic expenditure on R&D in 2022, and a 12% increase for 2021, meaning that every year they increase. Every year, they increase what they expend on research, what they expend on their development. Now, according to the NSB in China, they also recorded the second highest GERD, that's the gross economic research and development, in 2022, and after the United States at 812 billion, up to 16% current PPP dollar. That's the purchasing power parity from 2021. And this indicates that China's expenditure on R&D are increasing at a faster rate than that of the US. So what is showing here, which we are going to also see later, is to let you know how much they're expending on that. Now, the next slide, can you see here? This slide here, can you see the growing trend of increase in the amount they expend on R&D? And again, 892 billion was expended in 2022, and estimated for 2023 indicates further increase in 940 billion in the US. Next slide. And can you see for China? China's spending on research and development surpassed 496 billion in 2024. Research and development funding in China reached 3.6 trillion yuan. That's 496 billion in 2024, with an year 8.3% increase year on year, and investment in basic research increased by 10.5% from 2023 to 22 to 249 billion yuan. That's $34.46 billion in 2024. Now, all of this shows to that. Now, I think I don't have that slide here, where in another presentation where I had to show how much Nigeria budget is. In fact, I look for the largest university. I look for the largest state, which is of course Lagos, where it has that with economic buoyancy and all of that, and to compare with one university in the US. At that time, I think that figure showed, I could only get the data for 2024, 2022, 2023, where Stanford University, what they expend, their budget, as at that time, the income was about 9.4 billion. 1.4 billion USD. Whereas when we convert the budget, the whole Lagos state is not up to 3 times the budget of, not up to 3 times the budget of Stanford University. So it's a serious business. The whole state, and Lagos state alone has how many universities? So if their own budget, a budget of a university is not more than, how much can they now give to the university for research and development? And so it's a whole business that we must all take very seriously, particularly the government. And we must stop the corruption by all means. That's where this money should be channeled to. The money being stolen by government officials should be channeled towards research, towards the societal building of society. Now, if you look at the national R&D expenditure investment intensity in China, again, can you see the trend is growing? It's growing from 2020 to 2024. It's growing. China total expenditure on research and experimental development exceed 3.6 UN in 2024, registering 3.6 in UN and 8.3 meters, as earlier said. This chart is just to show you the trend. How is growing, and the investment intensity is also growing. 2.36 in 2022, 2.68 in 2024. Very intentional about their development there. Now the question now is how much African countries spending on R&D? If the data will even be available. We're looking for data, we can't find data. The only one I saw for Nigeria was that of 2019, as far as the World Bank index report is concerned. So, but again, data from the World Bank indicates that African countries spend an average of 0.45% of their GDP on research and development, falling well below the global average of 1.7%. It's a concern. It's a concern. This underinvestment hinders the transformation of Africans' intellectual capital into tangible products and technologies. And that's exactly what we are seeing. So it's time for us to begin to see how we can unlock the potential of Africa. Now, next slide shows the R&D expenditure from 5 African countries. Can you see? With Egypt having 0.91 as a 2021 expenditure. Now, South Africa, 0.62. Mauritius, 0.37. Burkina Faso, 0.25. And Mali, 0.17. Nigeria is off the radar. No data. The one I have is 2019, so it's not suitable. We can't enter this kind of presentation. So that has been a major issue. Next slide, I try to look at that. I try to compare how this has actually transcended in their publication. So what I did was to mime their Elsevier to see their publication status country by country till date. I did that on Sunday. 2 days. I still look at it on Saturday, Sunday. So it's a very current data from Elsevier Cyber. Now, and I checked to see how the kind of fund that they are injecting into research, does that actually translate into Scopus index journals? Because that is going to help me to be able to interpret this. And I found out that, yes. Can you see here? China, can you see it's top? The first one here, can you see? Is top on the list, followed by US, followed by UK. Because they are expending so much. Now look at where my Nigerian country is. Can you see the gap? Now, next slide, we show you the real figure now in picture. Can you see the figures there? Now, as at 2020, in 2015, China alone had nearly 500,000 publications. Now, in 2025, 10 years after, they have over 1.1 million in 2025. 2025 has not ended. Now, within the last 10 years, China has produced over 9 million publications in Elsevier. Not the one we publish in Ojori Journal and all of that. Oh. No, we are talking of top journals that are used for ranking. So you can see. Now, that's for China. Now, if you look at US is, if you look at US here, as at 2015, they have over 715 publications, but in the last 10 years, they've had 8.1 million publications. Now, the UK too, France, the same thing. France is about 1.4 million, then Germany is about 2.17 million. Now, the highest African here that has the high, which is South Africa, that looks like it, has, I think, has about 1,590 in the last 10 years. The last 10 years compared. Next slide. You see, what I've also done is to look at research publication of selected 5 African countries. So let's now see Africa to Africa now. Where are we? And we can see a research publication. Egypt, in the last 10 years, had 351,000 publications, and followed by South Africa at 341,000. And where is our beloved country, Nigeria? In the last 10 years, we've had 157,000 compared to China with 9 million. How much are we spending on the research that can translate into this? Let's come down home to look at our research, innovation, and international cooperation at Babcock University. I'm so glad that this is happening here. And the whole essence of this is to combine, I think there's a combination of both international office and the research and innovation, which looks very good for the university. And with the vision with the vision that is, the vision is a research-focused department building capacity in excellent innovation, research, and development, and the mission to serve as a catalyst for cutting-edge ethical research through interdisciplinary collaboration and joint ventures that impact national and global needs. Now, with about 6-point strategic aim, I've gone through the website to check the strategic aim, and with the goal one was to promote international collaboration. And I'm glad that you heard that what was mentioned here, that they've had the international collaboration alone, they have received, I think it's about 40 or so. 40, I can't remember, I don't have that here penned down, but yes, which meaning that within this period that has been, that's, and with MOUs being signed. Source of research funding, we also heard about how funds have equally been supported. External grant of 55, 83 internal grants, and that's also very incredible to have given 83 grants within these years, and of course workshop in the last that has been conducted in the last 3 years, about 20 of them. That speaks volume. But in all essence, it is to source for research funding opportunity. I think this is very critical for academics around. Let's look at externally funded grants, but we must develop ourselves in such a way that we will be able to source for grants that can help support our kind of research we want to do. And goal 3 is to institute research incentives and awards through organizing local conferences. And we also heard how many conferences have been supported. Goal 4 is continuous training and retraining of staff and faculty on research ethics and grant writing through seminars. We also heard when the DVC was ruling that out today. And goal 5, establish ethical principles and guidelines for the conduct of commercialization of research, and which is also very, very instructive. And goal 6, to enhance the university's global visibility through research. And I'm also very happy that I begin to see Babcock even in the ranking in the last few years. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. That's very remarkable. Which is global visibility. I think we need to be visible. If they don't know you, so how can somebody know where the university is located? They need to know you. They need to know that you are visible. In fact, most of our universities are not even visible. When NUC asked me to go on accreditation some 2-3 weeks ago, I saw one university. I said, does this university exist? Where is it? I had to start looking for it because I've never heard about the name of the university before in Nigeria. Not to now talk of the whole world. So we need to be visible. We need to be visible. And the only way we can promote our visibility is through our research efforts, through our research effort, through our publication output, through our innovative ideas, and that we can promote the university's visibility. But next slide. Let's look at research profile of Babcock University in the last 5 years. I've also gone to the CIVAL to mine this in the course of this presentation, to also help us to know where we are on our journey to where we are going. We can see the research publication of Babcock University within the last 5 years. We've had nearly, 1,469 publications within that, and with 1,344 authors contributing to this. And again, with a very good feed-weighted citation impact of 3.10, which is considered good. And again, this total citation within these last 5 years is about 17,739. And that's why we're having a very high citation per publication of 12.1. This is good. This is very good, and H index of 35. But we can just keep improving on it. Now, let's look at the next slide that shows, yes, the publication shared by subject area. Now, as Vice Chancellor, I will always look at this data to know who to support for conferences. Which persons should I support? Who are those helping us? Which faculty? Which colleges? To know, because you have to support for conference. I will look at this data. Now, where is this coming from? But I must say here that the highest here in terms of where these publications are coming from, it's from veterinary, then nursing follows with veterinary is 3.1%, nursing is 2.17%, and of course mathematics also there, 2.7%, and the likes. Then energy is 2.6%. So that's the division. You may not necessarily be in this department before. They have a way of classifying some very similar disciplines in that. So you may discover that you may not even be studying veterinary medicine here before you start seeing veterinary medicine. So don't be confused. It's just because you have published, maybe you have animal science that looks like veterinary medicine that they had to feature this publication here. Somebody is wondering, these people are liars. So they are not lying. It's just a classification that is different that they are using. Now, what about top publication metrics? In terms of publication metrics, in top 10% percentile and citation, we can see that file here. That as at 2024, we had published, yes, that's where we had the Babcock University had the highest number of publications within the last 5 years, and had close to 350 publications in that first figure there. And of course, it has also been an increase. You can see it is increasing, just that there's a slight drop for 2022, but it peaked again in 2023 and began to grow from there. 2025 is not over yet, but currently we've had over 250 publications within that trend. And we can see here top 10% percentile of publications here. Percentage of publications in top 1%, we can see for 2024, it keeps increasing also. That's where you have the darker shade of the blue line here in 2024. Next slide shows publications by SDG. We can see here which SDG is actually producing, of the 17 SDG, which one is actually producing the highest number of publications. Nobody will tell you to know that it's SDG 3. And the reasons are very obvious. The medical school is doing very well. Do we have anybody from this medical school here? Yeah, they are here. Wow, let's clap for ourselves. Thank you so much. You can see it's hitting. In fact, it has scattered the scale there. And this is very, very commendable. Again, we need to also be very systematic in making sure that our research are tailored towards this SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals, because this is also good. It also helps us to measure how far we have done and how much we have failed in doing this. Now, I try to look at this relative activity index to know within this SDG to see what is, I try to I brought in Babcock, I look at Nigeria, and also brought in Covenant to see which SDG, where are you doing well? Are you doing beyond the average in Nigeria, or are you doing what? And also to compare with Covenant. And I saw here that SDG 3 is really doing let me just explain here. The blue line there shows for Babcock, while the red one is for Nigeria, while the darker blue is for Covenant, the light blue is for, yes, it's Babcock. Then the other broken line is for Nigeria, but the figure is actually not here for Nigeria. So, but if you compare what you have, the red one is for Nigeria, rather. The other darker one is for the world. If you compare here with the Nigerian average, you will see that Babcock is really doing well in SDG 5 compared to what is even higher. It's higher when you compare that to both Covenant and that of Nigeria. For SDG, except for SDG 8, decent work environment, SDG 12 and SDG 1, where both Nigeria and Covenant, it's higher for that. So these are things we need to look at and see when we tailor some of our publication towards those areas, you begin to see how it's also going to shoot that up, and we'll be addressing issues of concerns in those areas. Now, can we look at geographical and academic cooperation collaboration? Why is this actually necessary? We need to see who are we collaborating with? Because oftentimes we tend to collaborate with the West even more than here, even in Nigeria. Now, you will see here, what about Babcock here? Now, let's look at international collaboration for Babcock. For those publications, 40.8% of them, making that is 599 publications, and with the citations are actually very higher, even when, because of those international, very strong collaborations that we had. Then only national, meaning within Nigeria, 35.8%, which is also very good. But again, if you compare the citation, 1,892 compared to 15,055. Somebody will say, okay, which one do I choose? But again, only institutional collaboration, meaning that within Babcock here, how many persons are publishing together? We have 18.1%. And representing, how many citations do we have? 623. And citation is very critical in terms of our global visibility, in terms of also the ranking. So the more the citation per publication, the higher the university will also be ranked. Then single authorship, meaning that they are not collaborating with anybody. I just want to publish my own. We only had 78 out of this publication we have mentioned. In fact, we don't know, our university doesn't support single authorship. No, you are just on your own. You can publish it on your own, but nobody will support you. Since you have decided to do it alone, just carry it all through. So nobody supports that. So again, if you look at academic corporate collaboration, this is also a major area that we need to work on, particularly collaborating with the industry here. And publication here, it's very low, 1.8%, meaning that only 27 of such. And we can see that even the 27 is gathering high citation. And if you look at this actually speaks to the fact that some of this work we are collaborating with in industries could be patented, and at the same time they are able to reach some target groups and industries, maybe within the engineering, within the medical disciplines, and what have you, and even the corporate business world. So it's important we consider that in that regard. Now, I try to look at top 10 level funding bodies. Who are those funding us here in Babcock? Now, think that we got Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, European Commissions, Babcock, World Trust, Universities of Atlanta, NIH funds are there, UK Research Innovation, Austrian Science Fund, and Ministry of Mining and Engineering. And so these are just top 10. They're actually more than this. I think about 191 of them from those publications that were funded by these bodies. Now, let's look at faculty who are top publishers in Babcock here. Well, I'm sure the first person is here, Abiodun Olumide. Within the last 5 years, had published 48 in Scopus Index Journal. And that 48 had gathered 5,684 citations with H index of 21. Well, you do yourselves. I don't know anybody. Oh, it's here. Wow. Congratulations, sir. Next is Ezekiel Chibundu, 47. Okay, just one behind is it Professor Abiodun now or so, Lumide, yeah, and with a citation of 1,157 and with H index of 36. Yeah, so it's, you can see, you can really check all of these visible, anybody can see, and you see the higher we publish here, everybody will become known, and people begin to ask for you to help do one or two things, and that's it. So you see, you are not doing the university any favor, but rather you are doing yourself a favor in the first instance. And that's the truth. That's what you need to know. That's what you need to know. It's not you. I mean, it's not the university. You first. Then your affiliation then comes next. Yeah, because it's actually spreading your visibility. Now, let's quickly look at, briefly, let's look at Covenant University Research, Innovation, and Discovery. Our center also, we do quite a lot of research in the center. The research progress of the university was established, is driven through this university, through this center. And the center was established years now, and this administers and manages research by providing various support services to catalyze research, innovation, technology, and commercialization of the university. And that's the building of the center. That's the next slide. Yes, this is it here. That's it there. And this has helped improve the university's global ranking, research funding, research outputs, and several potential startups and spin-off. And some of the outputs of the universities could be seen on Cyber Outlook and profile of the university within the last 5 years, as has been shown. Now, these are some of the things we do right at those centers. We commercialize and also do some linkages with some industries and some companies. Some of the startup products we do. In fact, recently, was it this month that just passed, one of our final year students came and met me that a company was running after her product. And so she's in between whether to, she developed an app and said, this thing to sustain that app is gopping a lot of money from me. In fact, came with her mom to the office and was asking, so what do I do? So we came to seek your advice. I said, well, develop an app that contains all wellness-related products. And so through that, you will be able to check your dietary plan and all of that. So, and I began to ask. He said, okay, that you have 2-3 Indian companies that they said they needed to go get on this idea. They want to take this for the next 5 years, and this is what they want to pay. I said, can I be honest with you? I said, now, if you can answer this one, then I'll say go for this. But if you can't answer it, you better sell it outrightly. You know why? Now, I said, do you have the control? When you release the passcode, do you have a way of unblocking that passcode so that they won't use it? He said, no. I said, you have not been there. So, then again, if you patent now, it becomes available to the public within the next 3 to 4 years. So, what do? You better sell it outrightly, because if you release this passcode for them, I can tell you, you don't own it any longer. You don't own it any longer. So the best bet is what? Sell it and do other things and begin to do more research. And well, they yielded to my advice. I said, well, it has to come through here so that we can also take our cut here from the university. I didn't see her again. I didn't see, they ran away. I asked somebody to pursue them. They couldn't catch them again. All right, so the industry partnership, and that's part of what we do. Then our office also hosts the open and distance e-learning of the university, technology transfer, research cluster. We run the cluster-based system in such a way that somebody in the engineering sciences can work with someone in humanities, in the art, in social sciences. That's the kind of cluster we build together in order to promote interdisciplinary research, multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary research. And you can see our clusters here. We have the applied physics cluster, bioinformatics, biotechnology. We have 30 active clusters here, including leadership, plant science, political science, and all of those active. And some of them are also on the waiting list here. We support publication and conferences to some certain level. And it's also instructive to know that that's also done here from what has equally been done today. I think the last years, over 1,500 publications have been supported from the record that was earlier presented to us here. Now, recently we started the grant office here in the university, and the university gives internal grants, which is also managed by our center, and we called it seed grant at that time, and so we do that, and some certain amount of money is given to faculty with good proposal and this has been done for years now, and apart from supporting the publications that is done. But again, the Chancellor, David Oyedepo, also magnanimously had said from his foundation, is also endowing about $1 million USD for us to support, to support research. And so that's where we're giving those research, and that's why you saw that call for proposals from our faculty. We finished the first phase. That's the first phase I just mentioned here, but we are still building. We have just launched the second phase here. And so to support industry, special fund for community-relevant industry and product-based research. So that's what this fund is for. And that's exactly what we have been doing within the last 1 year when this has been done. Now, my recommendation as I am drawing this to a close is the fact that we need to strengthen national research and innovation system here. Research must be strengthened. There is no end to research. We must strengthen this through capacity building for funding agencies. We need to attend some of those capacity building training workshops in order for our people to be well equipped to apply for research grant, and particularly within West African countries and other African countries. And then professional development is also very key, and infrastructural the investment is also very key, because we need tools, facilities to actually conduct our research. And we also need the conducive environment to equally do that, to support research. So facilities, particularly in the sciences and also medical sciences and some other applied and basic research has to be done. We need to really invest more in that. Next is the fact that we need to improve on research and policy integration. It's high time we begin to work with the government, because that's where decision can be made. For instance, the law or the policy, the regulation of the government that does not allow private university to benefit from TET fund is an anomaly. It shouldn't exist. If it was, then they should amend the law. Because how on earth the same private university, government not receiving any support from government, not receiving any subvention from government, but yet producing the kind of students that will also work in the country, in governmental establishment, in public order, in other private in other private organizations within the country, thereby contributing to the development of the nation. So that's an argument, and that's why we need to begin to see how our competent, people, it could be academic, who will also begin to see how they can influence such policy. They need to lobby Babcock need to produce the next SNA president so that, and the National House of Assembly leaders to begin to see how these laws that will favor research here. So that's why evidence-based policy is actually needed here. And public engagement also is equally very critical in this regard. And when there's need to support researchers and fostering collaboration. Funding and mentorship is also very key. Here, addressing challenges like lack of funding and mentors is crucial, particularly for young ones that can take over from us here, as there is no institution where somebody will, you see, you'll be there forever. You are a professor now, you are also aging. You may have a baby face, maybe like me. You will be, if you are 50 today, you are no longer 50 tomorrow. You have aged. So we need to mentor people, young people. We need to raise people, particularly as senior academics who are here. Let's befriend them. Let's mentor them. Let's see how we are able to help them to succeed. Because they are whether you like it or they will take over from you. They will take over, and if you can't say these things are tenure, whether they write it as tenure or not tenure, they are tenure. When your time finishes, whether it is written, then you have to exit. If it's not written, age will tell on you, say, oh boy, go and rest. So, again, gender equality is also very important. Equity, particularly supporting female folk in helping them to have access to collaborate and to support research. And networking and collaboration is also very key. I would like to conclude with these 3 quotes. First from Albert Einstein, who says, if we knew what we were doing, it would not be called research. Would it? No. If we knew what we were doing, it wouldn't be called research. Absolutely, it's because we don't even know what we are doing. So it's become research from the definition of the DVC earlier on, doing something new, even when something has been done before. By the time you bring all of them together again, you are creating something entirely new. So innovation is also key. Now, next is this quote from, it's a quote of the age that says, starving research and development is like eating the seed corn. Do you understand what that means? It's deep. It's starving. They need just if you eat everything today, which one will you plant tomorrow? They don't have any plan tomorrow. And lastly, this is another proverb here, which he who does not research has nothing to teach. Okay, what are you going to teach? What are you going to say that this is what I have done from my product of research? Or you are but what you have been telling your students are the things that others have done. What are you now going to tell them that you have done? So we must continuously be on our toe to keep researching, because we must begin to teach our students from the stables of our research platform. And by so doing, we would also be making contribution to higher national development and in developing the kind of Africa we want to see. It's on this note, therefore, I'd like to appreciate our Vice Chancellor, Professor Ademola Stephen Tayo. Thank you so very much, sir, for giving me this privilege to be here. Another principal officer at the DVC, thank you so much. Our Director, Professor Grace Tayo, Director, Research Innovation, for your distinguished and selfless service to this department and the university. Congratulations once again. And other team members at RIC, including the Deputy Director, Dr. Chinedu Anokoro. Thank you. You were the one, you called me 2 weeks ago. And when I checked my calendar, I said, yes, I'm available. I'll be available. And I'm glad that I'm here. Thank you so much for following up on me to be sure that I was here. Even though I was almost held up on this our road yesterday for hours. It was crazy. In fact, I didn't know. I think that God was warning me, if you leave that here today, for today, you may end up not even meeting. The event would have been over before reaching here. Thank you so very much. And distinguished professors, our staff, and our students, thank you so very much for having me. I appreciate you.
Thank you very much. So you may be seated. So we've listened to him, we've heard him, took us on a historical journey, establishment of universities in Africa, Europe, in America, then gave us a comparative analysis of research funding in America, in Europe, China, and in Africa. And also talked about, well, what that's translated to, of course, the development in those countries and the underdevelopment in our continent. And then, of course, look at internally, universities in Nigeria, and then universities between Babcock University and Covenant University. I also talk about, of course, the need for researchers, to continue to do more and then to collaborate, and also talk about the need for us to keep on researching. So one more time, I think it deserves another round of applause. So we are going to take an icebreaker, and it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Habib Adetutu to do that for us. Let's give her an applause as she steps forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you, Prof, for that very brilliant presentation. So we're just going to be taking a break. You've been sitting for a while. And I think I'm a Gen Z teacher. So we're not going to do it the old way. So I want you to stretch. At the same time, we are going to be doing this together. So you are going to stand, please. Everybody is standing. That's how we roll today. And so I'm going to be passing this water around. Can we have some music? Can we have music, right? So you stop. Wherever you stop, you're the one determining who is going to answer. So if you don't get my question right, what do you do? Okay, so you're going to be passing this water around. Okay, so are we good? Can we have it? So I just have about 5 questions here. What you are trying to do is you're actually trying to stretch also so that we have our question. So before we get the music on, let's have a quick one. I'm going to be asking questions from what Prof has taught us today. Because if you agree with me, that's a lecture, right? We can all sit today and write an exam about that. That was very, very insightful. So the first one I would ask you is told us the number of universities in Nigeria, and he said a particular percentage of private university. Anybody now? What percentage of private universities do we have in Nigeria? No. Over 50%. Please clap for Dr. Suleiman. You got that right. Okay, next. You are standing because I want you to stretch. Please. Yeah, this is not punishment, but if you want to sit. So now, we have the top investors, countries across the world, R&D expenditure. He mentioned 2 countries. I would say China and US. And he compared it to their publication, Scopus rated journals. About how many, does China have over the 10 years? Is China 10 years? What's that? What about US? Please clap for Professor Igwake. He got that right. Okay, in Africa, which country, according to his presentation, ranks number 1 in Africa? R&D. Egypt. That's correct, Egypt. Now, About how many publications does Nigeria have over the last 10 years? About how many? One. Dr. Abiodun, did you look at it? Please clap for Dr. Abiodun. We have 3 more to go. According to him, the presentation, the music did not come, so maybe we should just continue. Yeah. Who can list 2 roles of the principal investigator? A female. Because as if they have been winning us since. Yeah, female. 2 roles of the principal investigator. Let's not do that, though. Okay.
Thank you. Functions as an administrator.
Principal investigator.
Data analysis. And then manages the personnel that are involved and collaborates too. Yes.
Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you very much. So let's take the last one. According to his presentation, what did he say is superior to the possession of knowledge? We're saying that because I have a special gift for the person that gets that. Dr. Abiodun. Dr. Abiodun says pursuit of knowledge. So instead of clapping for him once, clap for him twice. That's a special gift. Thank you very much. Please, we may now be seated. God bless you.
So what we have
It's
now,
Prof now. We're inviting Prof.
that is Prof. Shop. Thank you very much, Dr. Habib Adetutu. Thank you very much, everyone, for enjoying what we are here to do. And as has been said, this is an event, a special event that is paying tribute to visionary excellence and leadership. And right now, we are going to be taking a presentation from the director of our Office of Research, Innovation, and International Collaboration, in whose honor this program is being held. And I am very, very pleased, doubly pleased, to be inviting Professor Grace Tayo to please come forward and speak to us. Let's give her a round of applause.
Good morning to every cool plotter that is present here, because I can see so many faces, and I was not aware of what was going to happen, except that they said, oh, please, on so day, you will join us at a program. I didn't know anything, any other thing, even the venue of the program, I got to know about 1 hour to this program. So the VC has stepped out, the DVC has also stepped out. They promised to come back. I want to acknowledge their presence. The keynote speaker, Professor Adebayo, thank you very much for laying the foundation for the program. The presentation was excellent. The deans, the head of departments, professors, faculty and staff of Babcock University, and the staff of the RIC office. Good morning to you all. I stand here with mixed feelings. I'm happy. I'm happy that this is happening. And in reflecting back, I'm also happy that we could have a program like this. Glory be to God. I want to acknowledge those that were in the research office before me, and that's late Professor Okweke. She was the first director of Office of Research and International Cooperation. She died a few years ago. Followed by Professor Gwemo, Professor Wangburuka, and Professor Aja were holding the research office at a particular time. Professor Gwemo and Professor Wangburuka are here. Professor Aja is on leave of absence from Babcock. I want to thank them for the foundation that they laid. You know, we need to understand where we're coming from. Babcock University was a seminary before we got the charter. And you can imagine transiting from a seminary to a university. So we actually started off as a teaching university. We were trying to stabilize, so research was not really at the front burner at all. And so these people had to grapple with a lot of things before they stabilized a bit. And while they were trying to stabilize, Professor Ogunwemo was called to serve as a vice chancellor in one of our universities in Liberia. And so I took over from him, but there was no handover because he left abruptly. And when the DVC then called Professor Okoro that, Grace, please, we would like you to help us with the research office. I said, no, please. I don't want any administrative position now. I need time for myself, for my family. I've been dean of the School of Science and Technology for 4 years. And this 1 year, I'm really enjoying myself. I want to enjoy myself some more, please, no more. But he persisted. And even without my, I won't say without my consent, but something like that. It was like, you have to help us with this office. And it was an office without a physical office, without any other person to help. So I told him, I said, sir, if you insist that I should take up this position, you must give me all the support that I need. You must give me all the support. Because research was not something some of us then understood as important. So I said, you must give me all the support. First, we need a grant writer, we need an office, we need this, we need that. And he said, we will try our best. And gradually, we started like that. So I want to thank God for where we are today. We are not yet there at all, but we can still say Ebenezer, either to the Lord has helped us. Our keynote speaker has given us a backdrop to the importance of research in the university and also in the society. He has also given us a background to the need for a research management office in the university. Also the functions of the research management office. He has analyzed our research performance as a university. Also analyzed that of covenants, and then globally, what does it look like? So that we can assess ourselves and see exactly where we are and what improvements we need to make. So I want to thank you very much. Thank my predecessors, thank every one of you, and thank the keynote speaker. The keynote speaker has said a lot on research leadership that I may not, and also our DVC when he was giving his remarks, that I do not really need to start telling us what research leadership is all about, but repetition also deepens impression. So research leadership has to do with guiding and inspiring others in the process of discovery, process of innovation and knowledge creation. And in doing research, the leader focuses on a clear vision, encouraging collaboration, because you can't do it alone. No wonder Covenant does not support single authors, right? You cannot do it alone. So we encourage collaboration, fostering curiosity and integrity within a research team or environment. It also combines intellectual vision with the ability to motivate and empower others so that you can work together to make meaningful and impactful outcomes. Right, prior to the establishment of the research office, like I said, research was not really at the front burner here at Babcock, but along the line, we have started growing. The support for faculty was limited. Even support for the research office was also limited. We had to struggle to get some things done. We really had to struggle, and sometimes it was quite frustrating that we needed to create an awareness on the importance of research. We needed to create an environment that would foster research. And so, coupled with my position as the wife of the Vice Chancellor, sometimes it seems as if you're fighting for yourself, or you just want to dominate, or, try to establish a kingdom, which was not really the case. But I wouldn't blame those who felt like that too, because they don't really understand what research is all about and how it is tied to development. The understanding was not there. So the prior vision of what the seminary was all about was what was still in the air. So it wasn't easy working through those years to get to where we are today. So to fulfill the mandates, after the SVP academics, that's the DVC, promised to support us, about 4 of us, Dr. Ayodele, who is still in the research office, late Mrs. Adebola, and Dr. Nike Folorunso Akko, we start together. And I said, look, concerning research at Babcock University, let's draw a picture. No, we drew 2 pictures. First was the picture of the future. What do we want Babcock to look like as far as research is concerned in the future? What do we see as the future of Babcock? And then where are we? And so we drew the picture of where we were, and then we drew the picture of where we were going. I got that idea from a mentorship orientation of an award. So I brought it to Rick. And having the 2 pictures, I said, now we are going to draw the link. That is what is going to take us to that future. We drew the link, and we now put that into activities or systems that must be in place for us to get to that future. That was what led to the 7 pillars in research leadership. So we talked about innovation, about collaboration, about the strategic direction, about impacts, about capacity building, mentorship and support, and team management. From there, we decided we needed to create the environment to support research. And so innovation, which we know is a catalyst for creativity and knowledge application, we decided to initiate, to come up with some initiatives that will integrate technology and interdisciplinary thinking into research. And then we approached the BU administration to ensure that they give us an annual fund to support research that we started using as seed grants. So we encourage faculty to apply for grants, just like you do at Covenant. Every year, the university sets up, the first time it was just a little amount. I think it was just about 3 million that was given. Yes, that was some years back anyway. And we kept disturbing the BOSA, the administration. You must support research. You must set some fund aside to support research. So the following year, it increased a little bit, I won't tell you where we are now, but it's increasing, and we pray that it will continue to increase. And so the project, the fund sponsored projects for baseline studies. And I'm glad that even today, Dr. Ayeni and his team got the grants last year to work on a neonatal project. The fund was not so much, it was not enough, but when we saw a call from Grant Challenges, we sent that to him, and to the glory of God, he got that grant. It's a bigger grant, about 60 million, 60 million or thereabouts, to continue. So the seed grant is working. I want to encourage, though I'll get to the recommendations, the university to keep supporting, Yes, we have seen this, the summary of grants from 2015 to 2025. Before 2015, we started with the Association of African Universities. That was the first grant that we got. About 4 of our faculty in the School of Computing, they got seed grant to support their PhDs. To the glory of God, 3 of them are faculty members here at Babcock currently. The HOD of Information, Ajaibu, for his PhD, yes, Information Technology, got about $3,000 as seed grants in support of his PhD thesis then. Also, Ajayi, the one that left, and the wife, then Utsu Sile, put the 3 of them, and one other person also got the $3,000 to support their PhD. And from that time, we've consistently been having grants awarded to faculty members. I give credit to Dr. Atinuke Olaleye, Professor Walker. They supported us at the RIC office. They were always in our office, also giving us information on grants, and also winning they won some grants as well. Another one was to encourage innovation. We also developed the intellectual property policy. You know, I said we needed to create an environment to foster research. And one very important key idea about fostering research is having policies in place. If you don't have the policy in place, everybody will be doing whatever they like. So we came up with the intellectual property policy that, yes, if you're able to come up with something novel that can be patented, the university will support you. You will get funds from the university, not like the student that ran away anyway. You get funds, and then the university also will be able to get a part of it. So we had the sharing formula in the policy. So we have a policy in place to encourage innovation, invention. We also introduced the research brief. That was the duty of Dr. Nike Folorunshoako, that through the research brief, we'll be able to post calls for proposals, just to encourage faculty members to apply for grants. That you can win, you can make it. It's not something that cannot be done. It's not rocket science. And we also try to build capacity in grant writing. However, we have some limitations, because researchers were predominantly concerned with publication for promotion purposes. I know that's not limited to Babcock, because we are in the era of publish or perish. So why are we carrying out research? Is for us to come up with publications so that we can have promotion. But beyond that, which is what we keep emphasizing, beyond promotion, if we want research to go with development, we must have that at the back of our mind, that impactful research that will have social impacts, not just for promotion. We need to look at that. So that's one of the limitations. We are still publishing or carrying out research just for promotion. We need to improve on that. We need to impact the community where we are, even starting, because we say charity begins at home, starting from Babcock University. We have always stressed that we have a very strong computer science department, School of Computing. Why can't we grow our own softwares? Why can't we develop our own softwares to solve our problems? We keep sourcing this out and paying huge amount of money. What are we doing with our School of Computing? And we have eggheads that can come up with some of these softwares. In fact, we have some because we have exhibited some of these inventions even during our research fair. But are we taking it up? Because sometimes what you see around you, we just overlook them because, well, I know this person, I know this person. So what is new about what is bringing up? But these are what we are spending our money on because we keep bringing people from outside to do it for us. We can do better in that. Collaboration. We have talked about MOUs with national and international universities and organizations and multi-institutional projects. We have been collaborating with EduCollab, and through that, we got a grant to support, I think it was entrepreneurship project to support that. We have the director of Center for Entrepreneurship and the deputy director of RIC that have been working closely with EduCollab on different areas: career progression, entrepreneurship, also all the software needed for learning management systems and so on. Then we have the Female in Academic Network. 2 years ago, that network was I won't say launched, but we came together, females in academics around here. I think we have someone from Covenant University that joined us as well. Just 2 weeks ago, I was in Glasgow for the official launching, or the official launch of Females in Academic Network. And I believe that network will support a lot of females in academics in Nigeria and in Africa at the end of the day, on the long run. Because we came together and analyzed some of the problems that the females in academics are facing. And today we talk about diversity. If you're talking about research for development and one aspect of the population is not being taken into consideration, not because I'm a woman, but we all know that women also have talents, skills that they can bring into research teams, research groups that will help us to come up with very impactful outcomes. But sometimes, because of the challenges we face, we are not able to make that contribution. So we're looking at how to support females in academics so that they can contribute meaningfully to research and also impactful outcomes. So that Female in Academic Network is there. We're working with the University of Glasgow on that. The Community Health Workers project. Through that, we have been able to come up with a research manual for the training of community health workers in Nigeria. It's still in the pilot stage, but hopefully it's going to make an impact, because we had a meeting here with their teachers and some community health workers and discovered that they have a need, especially in their curriculum, in the area of research. These are people who come across a lot of data on the field. You know, Nigeria, we have the shortage of medical personnel. These are the people that are on ground in the remote areas, and they keep seeing a repetition of incidents of some of these diseases. They have a particular season of the year that it comes up. There are some observations that they make, but they can't make any meaning out of it because they don't have any skills when it comes to research. And that was what we discovered during our meeting. We are still working with the University of Manchester, our PI from there, to get the manual adopted in Nigeria. Then recently, I think that was this year, we also had a collaboration with women who are on climate change research. We had a meeting here, we had a conference here with them, and we are also trying to take that further. That is just to give example of some of the collaborations that we are involved in. And so we try to connect researchers to opportunities by registering Babcock University on international grants and research platforms like sam.gov and some other ones. So these are some of our partnering institutions: University of Birmingham, Andrews University, Professor Abiodun is also, I'm not sure if that study is concluded now, also won a grant that supports PI from Loma Linda University and partnering university, Babcock University to be precise on this now, for the GRASP Fund to work on areas that are of mutual interest to the two universities. The University of Glasgow I've mentioned, so we have 5GO and some others that have been projected. So what are some of the challenges? One is the sustainability of partnerships and MOU deliverables from member institutions. You will have a lot of MOUs that are not functional. They are just there because nobody is utilizing the opportunities that are available. And even because of we still have challenges with equitable partnerships. We are working on that because you discover that the partners from the north, what they are interested in is recruiting students to come and take up postgraduate studies there. But we keep insisting it has to be a win-win situation. We are not just coming here to recruit students. We want to work together for maybe co-supervision, co-application for grants, and so on. So then we have duplicated partnerships as a result of the absence of a central database for management across departments and schools. There are schools that are into partnership with some other organizations that we are not aware of because this is done in silos. And we've been working with the administration. Let this be centralized. The RIC office is not interested in taking over, but let's be aware of what you're doing. Because when we work in silos, we may not be able to make the impact we're supposed to make. But when everything is together, we can all see the picture. When THE is requesting for information, NUC is requesting for information, and you are sending this to RIC office, we don't have any information on it. How do we respond? So all of this should be centralized so that we have a global picture of where we are and what we are doing as an institution. Next, please. What about strategic direction? We mapped out institutional research agenda. Again, that is about working in silos. You know, I said we tried to look at where we're coming from. When we started promoting research, even during our colloquium, people started working in silos. And it was in those days that you don't want people to see what you are doing because of competition, so you block out every other person. But today, it's collaboration, transdisciplinary collaboration. So we have tried to come up with a research agenda for Babcock University, coming up with 3 or 4 key areas. And for the 4 key areas, if you are interested in working in any of these, we will support you with the seed grants. We'll see that very shortly. Well-being, environment, food, and security that will support you. We didn't just identify those by ourselves. We looked at the SDGs, and we compared that with our areas of strength at Babcock University. That's why you're talking about the medical school. The well-being has to do with health as well. We established the Babcock University Health Research Ethics Committee. That was one of the committees that was established right at the beginning of this era. We need to carry out research ethically, following globally accepted standards. And so we came up with the Babcock University Health Research Ethics Committee, which is still functional today, to ensure that we comply with the standards for human and animal-related studies. The inaugural lecture committee, we also wanted that to showcase what our professors have been doing. Yes, because we now got interested in research. We've been carrying out research, And so promotion, yes, was coming. We had professors. But then, what are you professing? Come and share with us, showcase what you have been doing over the years. Babcock started inaugural lectures maybe 2006 or thereabouts, and we had just one. And after that, there was a break, a long break until 2015 when we started again. And since then, there has been no year that we have had less than 5 inaugural lectures. And that is why today we've recorded 55 inaugural lectures. And we are still counting. We have an inaugural lecture committee that reviews the inaugural lecture manuscript and advises the inaugural lecturer before presentation. I want to also give kudos to the Department of Education. Since we started, they have not missed a slot, because we roll out a timetable for the university, taking into consideration all the schools. But education has never missed a slot. Whereas we have some departments that we have to keep knocking on their doors. You have professors here, please. The next slot is yours. Give us someone that will represent your school. We are not ready. We are not ready. But I hope we'll learn from the School of Education. Composition of grants by research niche. Yes, I said we identified 4 key areas: environments, and in terms of environment, it's not just the issue of security or the issue of the physical environment. It goes beyond that. Then food security and safety, well-being, we have health, also embedded in the well-being. Integration of faith and learning is one of our ethos in Babcock University, being a faith-based institution. So we look at everything from the lens of faith. And so we also try to support integration of faith and learning in the seed grants that we offer. What about impact? We thought about that we should promote the visibility and measurable societal impact of research at Babcock University. Thank you, Prof, for the analysis that you did. We will improve on that. Then the adoption of a BU research niche, which is what I have just explained. Supporting community-based and policy-relevant research projects that addresses local and national challenges. Also, an example is the antimicrobial resistance study, antimicrobial stewardship project that is headed by Professor Eliku, and Professor Shotusa is also working on another one with a university in the UK. Also, research projects that contribute to efficiency and effectiveness of systems within BU community have been supported. From the BU seed grants, we've also supported projects on street lights that can be controlled remotely. Then the biogas projects. These are some of the projects that we have supported that is now functional at Babcock University. Next. Capacity building, we've talked about trainings, talked about workshops on grant writing, on research ethics, artificial intelligence and research, entrepreneurial mindset. We thank the director of entrepreneurship. Is working very hard to ensure that Babcock translates to entrepreneurial university. But I want to remind some of us, about 10 years ago, we brought in a university administrator from Ghana who came to discuss with us on entrepreneurial university. Unfortunately, we did not follow up. That time, we went into groups based on our department and schools, looking at how do we work with the industry? How do we, from our own field, our own discipline, how do we ensure that we bring in entrepreneurship into what we're doing, entrepreneurial spirit, that even the lecturer himself should see himself as an entrepreneur, because knowledge is also, knowledge is something that can fetch you money if you do it right. But along the line, it faded off. But I thank the director of Entrepreneurship Center, who is also bringing that up again. So we have had numerous workshops just to build capacity in research, to build capacity in all of these areas so that Babcock can be visible, Babcock can make impact, Babcock can become a center of excellence as far as research is concerned. What are some limitations? Participation across departments has been uneven. You send out calls, nobody is responding. And it's the same set of people. Professor Abiodu, your work is speaking for you now. It's the same set of people that keeps coming back. It's the same set of people that will respond. It's the same set of people that will support. So I hope that the next administration will know what to do to ensure better participation by our faculty. Then attendance has been inconsistent. Like I said, it's repetition of the same group of participants. Our research fair, where we exhibit some of the products of research every year, the support too has not been encouraging. We send to schools, especially towards the end of the school year, when students have come up with their projects. Let's come together, see what we're doing. We even provided incentive. We made it competitive so that they can be rewarded. Those with the best projects can be rewarded. We were also trying to bring industry to see what we're doing, especially in computer science. But the support too has not been very encouraging. But I hope from the keynote address that we heard today, we'll pick it up and it will get better. Composition of research grants by schools. The medical school has done very well and is still doing very well. By the time you combine all the schools, the effort of all the schools in the medical college, it's more than half of the whole university in terms of the grants that they are bringing in. What about mentorship and support? That's to create an environment where emerging scholars can grow under the guidance of experienced academics. Some experienced academics, or researchers that you have seen today that are doing very well, they are standing on the shoulders of giants who have supported them. Because when you have applied a road before and you want to direct someone coming behind you, it's better, it's easier and faster than someone who is just trying to find his way. So that's why mentoring is very important in research. It's very important. We started a formal mentoring program some years back, but again, it has not been very effective. For me personally, to the glory of God, I want to say that I've been in touch with my mentors, and I'm proud to mention about 3 of them because they are doing very well. The current provost of the of the College of Postgraduate Studies. When we started some years back, became my mentee. The current head of the department of Agric also was, will I say it's still my mentee? And then Professor Anyaso, they've followed up, they've been in touch. But some that we appointed, we didn't just appoint mentors and mentees, we try to allow mentees to choose mentors and also ask the mentors if they are comfortable working with them. But along the line, some did not really work and some are still working. But I want to encourage that we pick that up because that will help with the early career researchers. But we have the postgraduate mentoring through periodic workshops and peer learning sessions. We also have informal structure. Some have decided to work with some mentors, some mentees, but informally. The limitation, time constraint, we are all very busy. So following up can be, you don't expect a mentor to be the one running after a mentee. So sometimes it's problematic. So early career researchers are seldom non-proactive to seek, they are not proactive to seek mentorship. Like I said, the mentor will not be looking for a mentee. It's the mentee that should be running after the mentor. So if the drive is not there, there's nothing we can do, but we can do better as well. Team management. The research office prioritizes collaboration, accountability, and professional growth. We clarified staff roles and improved internal coordination. We initiated and we are still coordinating research teams because we send out calls and no one is responding. Again, we go out of our way to meet people. This is a call, you can apply for it. Dr. Ayeni was able to pick that up and he got the grant. And there are a few others like that. Well, aside that, we also constitute teams. This is a call that we can work on together, and we do that. We have been successful in some, and in some, we have not been successful. But we can do better. Encouraging interdisciplinary collaborations. That's in line with what I've just said. Interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary collaborations, which is the way out. We've come up with a number of policies. We have the research policy, we have the grant management policy, thanks to Professor Debi, Professor Abiodun, and others who have contributed to that. We even have a grant management platform now to support grants, pre-award, post-award, to put a system in place. Because sometimes this can be very problematic. Getting the fund, disbursing the fund, following up, monitoring, and ensuring compliance as well. These are issues that we have been working on. But so far, so good. I want to thank my team members. I have a wonderful team. Yes, I will not hold it up against you that you plotted a coup, but I want to give kudos to you because I have an excellent team. Dr. Ayodele has been with me since 2013. We have struggled together trying to entrench research in Babcock. Thank you very much. Dr. Anokuru, he came in, joined us, and became the firebrand, pushing and pushing. We have to do this. Prof, we have to do that. And to the glory of God, they have the freedom to use their initiative. I always say I can't work with people who cannot use their initiative. You don't expect me to come and tell you to do 1, 2, 3, when our ABC, when you are supposed to even be writing big vocabularies. So, and when you come with a problem, you must have an idea of the solution. So we'll look at it together. Not that, Prof, this is the problem. What do we do about it? No. And they have been very, very cooperative. I want to thank you very much. Dr. Abib and Miss Mary Obadimeji. They are the grant writers. We've all been learning on the job. They have been attending seminars, conferences to improve themselves. I did not come in as a research administrator that had all the skills. I have been learning, and I'm still learning. Currently, I'm a student of UI, University of Ibadan, taking up MSc course in bioethics. And I'm still learning. I'm still trying to learn more so that I can be an efficient research administrator. Our keynote speaker also said it. We have to keep learning. The moment you become stagnant, then you will die. But when you keep learning, you will improve and you'll be able to make impact. For Babcock University, there are lots of recommendations, but I'll give that in my handover note. But anyway, let me just mention a few. We've been too quiet. We don't make noise about what we are doing, and we should. We don't utilize our projects, the outcome of our research. We'll keep them shelved. We need to improve on this. We need to support research. I think the last seed grant we got was about 20 million, 15 or 20 million. We can improve on that. We need to harness opportunities. We are still working in silos. One of the problems that we had, the Babcock University Health Research Ethics Committee was constituted by the research office. But along the line, because of change in leadership, not the current leader, there was this separation. And we say research management. The ethics committee is a committee under research management. But then we were working separately until the current leader came in, and he has been, fortunately, I took over from him, the research office, and so maybe that's why we still work very closely together. So we need to harness all this effort so that we can make meaningful progress. But when we work in silos, the impact is not seen, is not clearly defined. We need to harness our opportunities, merge efforts, combine efforts where necessary. Commercialization, we have been able to register some patents. The papers are there. We need to take it forward beyond where it is now. And there are so many other projects that can be registered. We can start thinking of start-up. We don't need to struggle and struggle to get these in place, but that has been our experience over the past few years. We should promote transdisciplinary studies, projects, where not just within the department, not just within the school. The medical school can work with the School of Computing in coming up with softwares, designs that can also help to improve health, just like the example that Prof gave us. I know we are doing that, but we can improve more on it. And there should be a research integrity unit. It was recently that we had an issue on research integrity, that we had to constitute the Research Integrity Committee. And this is very important to ensure that we comply with rules. We're working with funders out there. If we don't want them to blacklist us, then we must follow standards. We must comply. And when there are challenges, we need to investigate, look at it, and give the appropriate sanction so that we can continue to enjoy that benefit. So in conclusion, the Office of Research, Innovation and International Cooperation has recorded significant growth between 2015 and 2025 through deliberate strategy, collaboration, and integrity-driven leadership. The office has laid a strong foundation for a thriving research culture at Babcock University. Going forward, there's so much more to do. We need to go back. The analysis that Prof just gave us, we can even go deeper than that and see where we are, what we need to do to take us further than where we are. I'd like to thank those that have worked with us in the past, Professor Walker Oladapo, Dr. Olale Atinuke, Professor Adebi. Since he came in, he has been very supportive. He has opened up opportunities for us. He has also joined us in capacity building. Professor Biodun, Professor Shotusa, Professor John Olariwaju, Professor Ezekiel Chibundu, and many others. Professor Mai Tommy helped us in developing LMS as well, and many others. Professor Wangburuka, Professor Nguemo has always been there, and many others. We want to thank you, and I challenge you that please do more. Do more. We are not competing with covenants, we are complementing, but we can learn a lot from the analysis and what they are doing over there. Currently, the administration support, they give 50% subsidy for publications in category A journals. Now that there is no more debt, Babcock can do better. Can do better than that to support our researchers. So once again, I want to say thank you very much to everyone. Thank you for the support you have, to the administration, for the support you have given to the RIC office. Thank you to my excellent team members, and thanks to every one of you present here. God bless you.
Please, you may be seated. Professor Grace Tayo, we applaud the efforts that you have made, and we acknowledge the exceptional leadership that you provided in ensuring that the Research Innovation International Cooperation Office remains a center of scholarship and academic excellence. So we thank you very much. So next, we are having our symposium now. It's time for symposium, and I'm going to call out the discussants. The discussants of the topic for the symposium. Sorry. We have five of them, and then we have a moderator. The moderator will steer the direction in which the symposium would go. And I want to now invite Dr. Ayodele Kolaole. Please, can you step forward and take your seat over here? Please, let's applaud him as he steps forward. Professor Kayode Ogunwemo, please, can you come up? Professor Dorcas Odunaike, unavoidably absent? Is she here? Aha. Please, can you come up? Professor Olupelumi Adebi. Professor Siri Nwangruka. And Dr. Habib Adetutu, who is going to moderate the symposium. Dr. Habib Adetutu, please, can you come on?
Fine, thank you. Thank you very much. You're welcome, distinguished panelists. We're going to be cutting short our time as to catch up with the time that... So, welcome. Today's topic, we are going to be looking at something very, very important to us in academia. It's an ongoing discourse about the relevance of academic research to real-life experiences. I saw something recently on LinkedIn, and somebody said that PhD holders, they just come and say, doctor, 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 just for to sound superior. What is the usefulness of their PhD to the community, to the world at large? And a lot of people began to say, you're not serious. What do you mean? It's work of doctors. Some people say what the research is not useful. Whatever is not, you know. And I left a comment on that post. I said, if it's easy, you to run it. Yes, but that's like is becoming a popular opinion among people who are not in academics about how does the research that we do in the university, how does it put food on the real man's table? How does it translate to societal impact? And so because we have a blend of professionals from different fields, I will let you take it one after the other. What does a research that has societal impact, what does it look like for you in your field? So I'll start with Professor Odunaikema.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to start by saying that research that has societal impact in view should identify real-world problem and then provide solutions to it. And for us in law, for instance, we look at law reforms. And oftentimes we try to look at areas of law that need to be improved, especially given the fact that the law has been there for a very long time, and we can say that it has been overtaken by events in terms of development. So we identify real-world problem that we need to address through law reforms. Let me take child fostering as an example. child fostering is something that we have over time, traditionally. But in recent times, we have laws that address child fostering. But let's say there are areas of child fostering that is still like a thorn in the flesh. And the question is whether we can use such a law to address issues such as Almajiri's problem, for instance. And then you're trying to look at what the law says vis-a-vis Almajiri's, and then you're trying to find out whether the law actually Almajiri's in mind when they were talking about child fostering. If not, then what is the position in terms of the societal problem that Almajiri's pose to the society, and how can we, through the law, the existing laws, now carry out a reform that will address the problem of Almajiri's in the society? That is the way we look at it from the law perspective. So any research that will solve societal problem must identify a problem within the society that you need to provide solution to, because research is about asking a question and finding an answer. And the best way to do that is to identify real life issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You actually said something that could dovetail and let us have another something to build on. So Prof mentioned that before we can have a research that will have societal impact, we must look at the research problem that is already within the society. So I would ask Professor Waburuka, sir, as an early career researcher, how do you prioritize career advancement? How do you balance career advancement and the need to carry out research that impacts the society? Especially because in most cases, promotion does not really give room, right, for exploring things that, may have that, would I say, that real life impact. So how do you balance the two?
Well, that's a difficult one. Because as an early career researcher, that wasn't really an issue. I wasn't even thinking about that. As far as Babcock is concerned, all we were after is how to grow. We were riding on the shoulders of our giants. We had people like Professor Guema, Professor Grace Tayo was here. I had a great person I actually had to fly on. That was Professor Denton, who came from the industry. So it was he that actually reshaped my perspective of what research should be beyond promotion. But for me, as an early career researcher, it was how to grow, not how to become a researcher. But it was not until I interacted with them and saw better the impact that research can actually bring into my career development, teaching, as well as mentorship. That was when it made greater sense. So for me, as an early career researcher, it wasn't really I wasn't even considering that. So, but I could see better now from where I am. Yes. So.
Would you advise an early career researcher? How would you advise somebody who is just starting on, who needs to get all the papers to get promoted, and at the same time wants to do something perhaps in their local community? How would you advise them to strike a balance?
Well, I would advise that any early career researcher should, first of all, discover what you want. You must discover this is what I really want to achieve. And you build a path along that line with people who have achieved in that line. For instance, I've always had in mind of becoming a plant breeder. And all my works in research, I have towed that line. So all I needed to do was to associate with people who have such career path, who are seniors to me. And gradually I paved a path, and at the same time grew in my career line as a researcher and as an academic. So you must first of all discover what you want and who you are. Then secondly, you work with people who will guide you along that path, and definitely you will get there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So that's discovery and mentorship. That's very important. Thank you very much, sir. Professor Dr. Kolawole Ayodele, you have been in RIC for a very long time. One of the landlord. So please, can you tell us what institutional barriers do you think prevent researchers from prioritizing real-world impact?
Thank you. From my experience at RIC, one of our great challenges is in the area of mentorship. And just like what the director said earlier, that though we try to have different groups, try to mentor people, but I'm of the opinion that there should be a shift of focus from the top-down method into bottom-up method. Professors today can equally learn from young researchers, middle career, as well as early career researcher, because we realize that we have some youngsters today that when it comes to research, when it comes to innovation, they are not touched. They are so good to the extent that their methods are so unique. Until each and every one of us learn that we are in this academia not because of competition, but rather to complement one another, we will continue to recycle what is not right. And the best way to make this better is for us to work together in unison as one. See the other person as if you see the other person as part of you, and try as much as possible to lift the other person alongside. So until we shift our focus from, just like I said earlier, before now, Professor Cyril mentioned something that I don't think we really take cognizance of that. Before now, what we do mostly at backup, our research is more on attribution rather than contribution, where we just want to concentrate on ourselves. I want to become a professor, I want to be this, so that I continue to have that name. But we are not really making impact, right from our department, through to the school, through to the university level, not to talk about the community. So I want to suggest that one way to do this is that we should have a change in focus in terms of our mentorship. By doing this, I can assure you that we get there by His grace.
Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together for them. They've been dropping. Thank you so much, sir. I'll move on to Professor Adebiyi. Sir, I know you have extensively worked with communities. A lot of your work are, community related. So from your experience, what would you say is the effective models for collaboration between the academia, the industry, and policymakers?
Well, that's a very big one.
Yes.
But first of all, let me applaud the great impact that Professor Grace Tayo has made in RIC, and also the great impact that Professor Ademola Tayo has also made in Babcock. I think we should start from there. Those are examples of impact. Before I answer that question, let me say that we need to disrupt our thinking of impact first. Research is about two key things: increasing the stock of knowledge and applying the current knowledge. If you don't increase the stock of knowledge, you cannot apply it. So we cannot start from impact. We have to start from even increasing the stock of knowledge. So in collaboration, therefore, we need to start thinking about what exactly is the other person's perspective. Most often than not, we think of our own perspectives alone. And I'll give an example of somebody experiencing pain. a patient who comes to the hospital and is experiencing pain, as far as the pain is concerned, is a professor of that pain. It is not the physician that is a professor of that pain, because he doesn't know how he feels. So saying, I understand how you feel, is a lie. Because he doesn't. So if we are going to collaborate well, therefore, we need to understand the perspective of the industry. What exactly is the agenda of the industry? What exactly is the agenda of the policymakers? What are they passionate about? What are they desiring answers for? Not about, yes, we have this product and we want you to apply it in your industry. Not about, yes, we have done this research and we think it's applicable as a policy. I think that's a wrong paradigm. And we have to disrupt that thinking. And that's why you find out that, and I must applaud the former Vice Chancellor of Covenant University, who presented the fact that the field-weighted impact of academic corporate collaborations are usually high than just things that we do within ourselves. So we have to disrupt that thinking, understanding that we have to break the walls. Teaching, learning must occur in a situation where there are no walls. And that's why you find out that universities abroad, they don't have fences. Because they want to mingle with the society. They want to understand what's going on. They want to have a universe of ideas. I think we need to disrupt our current thinking by allowing industry to even take part in our teachings, allowing communities to take part in our teachings. And that way we can begin to understand their perspective, what we need to start researching on, and what creative outcomes are very, very important to them. I think that's the paradigm that we should start embracing.
Thank you very much, sir. That's very loaded. You agree with me. Thank you so much, sir. Professor Ogunwemimo, as the Chief of Ethics. So, yes, we want to connect with the communities. Yes, we want to engage them. We want our research to be, to be impactful, to be transnational. How do we as an academic community build trust between us and the society, our local communities, such that they are able to, entrust us? For example, there was a project we were trying to work on at some point, and I think about traditional medicine. And you agree with me that I don't think people will go to school to learn medicine. I mean, they have traditional medicine. They have that knowledge as much as that Baba that is in Elisha, or that Elewe Omo, those people that sell agbo. Somebody will be sick and they will touch your leg and tell you what is wrong with you and give you what you are going to, So, but when you go and meet such a person, you want to carry out a research on what are these things, whatever. Most of the time they are reluctant. So how do we build that trust? It's an ethical thing. How do we build the trust between us and the local community to be able to, engage them and carry out more impactful research?
Thank you. And thank you, Ray. Okay, maybe it's my voice. It will come up. And thanks to the director as well. Our paths have always crossed with Professor Mrs. Tayo, right from science and technology. And when issues get too thorny or too tough, I can always see her. And I still saw you last week, and vice versa. So thank you for that collaboration. And thank you for the nexus as well between RIC, BUREC, and other research bodies that we have. And I think that's the way to proceed. And may those paths continue to cross in the future.
Amen.
So if you see me packing my load and following her, you should understand. And the VC too understands. Okay. Now, let's come back to research. Number one, I want to say collaboration is important among us to start with. And that would be a naughty one for Professor Nwaburuka, criteria that you must always be deep in your area. And research now, and indeed, the next conference that we are going to is fostering that multidisciplinary approach. We are in science. When it comes to behavioral science and collaboration with community, you'll agree with me that people in humanities, social sciences, they do it better. So why not have them on board if it is relevant to your research area? So now we are talking about science, technology, engineering, arts, humanities, mathematics, and then social and management sciences. In fact, of late in BUREC, we've been having more proposals from the humanities and the management sciences. And sometimes I wonder and tell myself, this is supposed to be Health Research Ethics Committee, but they are contributing so much that we'll be having a lot of members coming from the humanities, from law, and from management sciences. And sometimes we read across. So when it crosses from science to the social sciences, we can push it over. We'll say, Professor Mrs. Tayo, help us. And yes, she's in science. So that crisscross of discipline, it's very, very important. Coming back to ethics, ethics is about integrity, it's about accountability, and it's about respecting the human participants or animal participants who are in our researches. And all of us will remember the polio research that was done in Kano that did not take into consideration those helpless people. And it came out, it becomes a very thorny one for Nigeria all over the world. So respect for the participants. Our researches should be beneficial to the participants. Those, as Prof mentioned it, that, well, if somebody is suffering from pain, you want to listen to that person. You want to understand from his end, not being boisterous as a medical doctor and thinking you understand it all because you have not gone through that brain. So our researches should be non-malfeasance. It should be beneficial to the individual, to the society. And let me just round it up this morning. A journalist contacted one of our professors, and he wanted to do an investigative journalism about burial sites in our communities. Don't let me mention that. And he's been observing that the codes are not being followed. People, they are not going down 6 feet. Sometimes they don't even erect walls around the bodies. So he's thinking, will this not have a health risk? So he came to the university. And so the prof contacted me last week and said, well, what do you think about this? And it's an environmental, and I said, well, it seems the dead bodies are shaking in their grave. And that is important. And I said, then, when we now went deep, well, I said, well, we'll need to get a microbiologist on board and see what is happening. We need to get a biologist on board to see how that can affect the food chain. And I said, we need to get a geophysicist that will test the surface water, the aquifers, and then the underground water. And he said, you are projecting this thing. I said, because nobody is a master of all. And I said, well, Dr. Anokru is here. He's a chemist. You also need to get him on board so that you look at all the heavy metals and the organic solvents, how they can affect our water, and whether the people who are there, they've actually been drinking from the dead, who should be resting in peace. So, and by the time we finish that, just look at those nexus. A journalist, scientists from different areas, and then the impact later on the society. And he actually wanted to make government develop policies that will restore those codes that will ensure we have, the dead can actually be in the ground and rest in peace. Thank you very much, and God bless.
All right, thank you very much, Prof. I just want to add a little to what Prof said. I think to reach out to those communities where our research should actually impact. We had an experience, if you remember, when we did a research on the use of herbal medicine. Yeah, we did something on that. The first thing I would like to say on that is that don't trash their knowledge. Don't ever make them feel they don't know what they are doing. Because we ended up learning from them. So all we needed to do was to tell them how to improve on what they were doing. They knew all the way, as you can call it, all those herbs. They knew them better than us. We will tell them the botanical name. They will tell, well, leave that. They told us that even those herbs talks to them. We became afraid. How does this communicate to you? What is the truth? And we learned. They told us that. Have you wondered if a herbivore grazes on this particular plant now? If it's coming back, it will not pick. It will not browse on that. The same thing. But they never knew that. They will tell you why. But we knew that they produce defensive mechanisms, which were chemicals, to protect them. So what I'm saying is that, one, you don't discard their knowledge, no matter how irrelevant as you may think. You need to applaud them in what they are doing, then give them what you think. We did another research that had impact, how to produce, improve production of tertiaria using organic fertilizer. We got there, they were doing something. So what we did was to establish our own pilot, plot, and alongside with this, and then planted our own developed technology alongside with this. And we ensured that they had all the technical expertise in terms of management. And at the end, we harvested. And they saw that what we came up with was better. But it was difficult to actually convince them to adopt it. So that was the second side of our research. You have to, in adoption, you have to change their thinking. And that takes a long time. So please, accept them, stay with them, eat with them, relate with them, and make them feel, okay, yes, they can then welcome what you are coming with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Adenike. He has mentioned it. So we have to engage with them. I have a personal experience. I live in a rural community, right? So I get to hear a lot of these stories that conflict with my 16 years of education. But like Prof said, I think you are very right. If you say something contrary or you question them, they will withdraw. They won't give you and you will not be able to teach them. So, for example, when COVID-19 was on, there was a popular thing around my community that it is the vaccine. They should not take the vaccine because it is Chinese people's saliva. So when my driver the driver then told me, I wanted to say, how can you, how many saliva would they spit and put in? But if I told him that, he will say, Kọ́lọ́ máa ṣàánú wa o. Kọ́lọ́ ṣe ṣáà ti gbà á. Torí ó ń ṣiṣẹ́ o, ó ń ṣiṣẹ́. Nǹkan tó ń bá ṣáà ṣe, ẹ jẹ́ ká gbà á. So then you can teach them a little. Next day, you can try again. Otherwise, they will. Professor Adibi, you want to say something? Okay, please tell me.
I'm actually a community physician, and I've worked like 6 years in rural LGAs. And one thing that I've realized, I've worked with herbal people, and my electives in medical school was with herbal medicine. Some of these things that they say that sounds unintelligent to us, and I'll give you one good example that leaves talk to you. It is not that leaves talk to them, but by years of observation that they've made over the years, they know when key ingredients are transported and are available in the leaves at particular times of the day. So one thing we need to understand is that they tend, because they cannot explain the mechanism, they tend to over-exaggerate. But what they are saying is valid. So we need to learn a lot from them rather than the paradigm of we want to teach them. If we take time and learn from them, and I'll give another example. This is antedated. The issue of the smallpox. Before vaccination came about, the Shopono court were thought to be getting money from people. But what they were doing is that if somebody dies, a child dies in a compound, they will burn the child, and then they will use the ashes to make tattoo marks for all the children in the compound. They were doing immunization, but they didn't understand the concept at that time. So I got to know this when we were working with them on immunization, and then we got to know, so we had to explain that to them that, oh, you started immunization, but you did not understand the mechanism. You know, we had almost things. I think we should take time to listen to them a lot. And that way we will gain a lot, and we improve our knowledge and also help them to improve their methods.
Thank you very much, Prof.
At one point, I will make it very short.
Thank you, sir.
We were in OAU,
Okay.
Bafemi Awolowo University, I think about 2 or 3 weeks ago for a conference, plant histological techniques. And so while we went out, you know, taking the young scientists out for some of the plants that we know, Professor Daramola was there, I was there, we were naming all the plants on the campus. Then one man quickly ran after us and said, please, which plant is Lantana camara? And so, well, I'm from Babcock, Professor Daramola is from Ife, so I look at him. And so the man said, you want to know Lantana camara? That you people will just come, you don't respect us as professors, now you want to know that plant, so follow us. And so we took the man all along. So I was looking at the man. Oh, Lantana camara. I knew it, I saw it. I wanted to, Prof nudged me and said, don't tell him yet, let him follow us. So the man followed us all through the journey. So later on, we now showed him. So I now asked him, why do you want the plant? I knew when we were young, it's good for malaria, and it has this, you know, very nice smell that you want to. If you take it, over sometimes they will cook it and then the malaria will go. So he now enunciated it and told us more things that Lantana camara can do, which we don't know. And so we all agreed then that, okay, we need to form a research group and then use that on mice and see the efficacy. And he was also the one that told us that we will go to hospital trying to treat prostate cancer. And he said, go and look for a plant You need to see me if you want to know that plan. So let me, I will tell you. He said, Obeori Akuko, that's what they call the plan. I don't want to bug you with the scientific name. And he said, if you drink it over time, about 1 month, that it will go without surgery and anything. And Dr. Akinloye was there and said, yes. My uncle had it. He came to me, and then he was in my house. He drank it for about 1 month, and everything was gone. So, Vice Chancellor, sir, with your permission, I'm recommending.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. You agree with me that this has been a very enriching discussion. So while I'm going to allow our professors to give the closing words, please, if you have any question or contribution or feedback as to how do we move our research from the shelves to the society, please let us know so that I can. How many people, do you have any question or contribution? We have one. Do we have any other person? Professor Tusa is going first. Do we have any other? Okay, thank you very much. So, Prof, get ready. So, in just a sentence, ma, how, that's for you and Professor Nwaberoka, we have mentioned that mentorship plays a very critical role in this. In one sentence, ma, how do we, what would you advise policymakers to do to make sure that this is, effective? Mentorship.
All right, thank you very much. I recall that years back during the time of the late professor that Prof mentioned, yes, Professor Opeke, the BAPOC was intentional in having this mentor-mentees program. I want BAPOC to revisit it. Over time, the one that we have been having is the one that individuals just do on their own. And he mentioned 3 of our mentees today that are doing so well. I think we need to be intentional in having this in place in all schools and even in Babcock University as a whole. Thank you.
So, Prof, yours will be for researchers themselves, mentors and mentees. She has addressed for policymakers. So what should mentors and mentees do?
Okay, the mentor-mentee relationship should be a mutual thing. If there's no understanding, it can't work. I discovered that most mentors, or mentees rather, let me start from there, only want to use their mentors. That's what I've discovered. And so the moment they've used, why Professor Tayo's mentee mentorship worked is because it is still a relationship that spans beyond just research. There are a lot of things you can gain from your mentor, your mentee too. So one of my mentees facilitated one of my breaks internationally in research. It was relationship. So the mentor or the mentee should always see the mentor as a role model, the person you want to model after, you want to become, even after. So it shouldn't be use and dump. That's what on the area of mentor, and should be purposeful, knows what he or she wants to get. The mentor himself should also have the same type of relationship. How do I build this person to become even better than I am? That's the vision I think should work, so that each of them will have to benefit from each other, not knowing it from the beginning. So with that kind of thing in place, I think we'll have something good. But you cannot come and legislate, okay, go and mentor this person. The mentee should be given an opportunity to choose who he or his mentor should be. Similarly, or in like manner, the same should also operate there. They have to have that understanding before it starts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So, so the panel at my left, in one sentence, like I said, let's start with Elisha Remo, our immediate community. What is that research that you can conceive or conceptualize now that will either transform the society educationally, business-wise, we're talking about entrepreneurial health. What is that one research that you advise Babcock to perhaps embark on that can make the community, and we're just saying Illusion Remo because of course it can go beyond that.
Thank you so much. That's a very tough question, and I will say that before we can choose any research topic that can assist Illusion Remo, our community, I think there's a real need for what we call need assessment. Until we're able to do need assessment, that is when we'll be able to know what exactly is their need. And we now tailor our research into evidence-based research that will assist them not just in changing their previous orientation, but to make the community more better. Such research should be so beneficial to the extent that, in research, there's what we call the tripod Elliot in research, where it consists the industry, the higher education, and the community itself. And this synergy alone will make that community to benefit more. I want to say here that until we have a proper need assessment, we won't be able to pinpoint this is the main thing. Because whatever things we are seeing now might be on the surface. A proper need assessment will help us to do better as an institution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Well, let me give you one spontaneously. Just drop it on us. Something I've always been on my mind. I've lived there for about 20 years in and out. And before coming on campus, live in the community. And Professor Shotusa is there. And it's a direct observation. I look at the population of Illusion, small. But as a geneticist, if you look at people who suffer from some mental retardation in this town, some of them are old now, and I've known them for about 20 years. If you just stay on the road towards the market, you look at it, they will come out. And I've always been thinking that there is something, a gene that is endemic within the community, which has always been exchanged between, and which is introgressed in the community. That one of the things that Babcock could probably do is to screen, some of the individuals in community, and then we have a marriage counseling for them. Because for a small community like this, even if you look at Down syndrome, it's supposed to be 1 in about 10,000 or so, but you find very, very vivid on the road. You see, they will pass you, by you. And luckily, they are surviving. I've watched some of them. It may be debilitating. Some of them are in their 40s now, some in the 50s. They're surviving. What is really responsible for that? And it is apparent. So I think, Mr. President, sir, Vice President, my provost, I wish to submit, sir, that if we will look at that, it is sensitive. That's why I've not been able to go alone. We will need shun of the soil. That's why I call Professor Shotun, sir. Yes. Professor Shokunbi is there, and with the backing of the Vice Chancellor, because I can't go to the community without Vice Chancellor backing, so that I can return safely. I think it's something for us to look at.
Thank you very much, sir.
Well, my co-panelists have said the right things. Babcock is a Bible-based institution, so I would like to go back to the Bible and what Jesus Christ asked his disciples. What do people say we are? That is the most important thing that Babcock can do right now. From there, would generate a lot of we thinking that we can do something for them. That may not be their perspective. So I think we need to ask them, what do you say Babcock is? Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very enlightening session, and thank you for bringing your A game, as always. Before you go, Professor Shotusasa, you have the floor. Yes. I know you have a very loud voice. Please.
Yeah, thank you very much. In moving the research off the shelf to the store, it's the one that is of big concern to me, because most of the time, if the laborer does not get return on its investment, it will only be anchored on the salary, which might not be so much to encourage. In my own little sphere, I found out that there is a need for great determination, a lot of individual effort, so that after we've done all the researches and all the patents, you must move it to the next level. And sometimes you need a lot of collaboration. One of the ones I'm working on, somebody told me, look, I'm going to give you this so much, but I'm going to take 60%. I said, my guy, I know Chris now. Look at it. Because when he has a ownership, then that means he's taking up almost everything. These are some of the things we can work on to move it to the market, and intelligently so, because it is easy, because most academics are financially naive when we come to the financial business, and easily say, oh, I'm going to give you 200 million. Ah, that's much. And then you whereas the guy is going to take the control of whatever you are doing, and you're going to lose everything. That is not really it. And then based on what we're talking about, the main thing is identifying a problem. You solve a problem and the blessings will follow you. Just keep identifying problem. Right now in Illusion, we don't have a good waste disposal system. I tell you, all the nice shit in Illusion, I pipe it down to the digester there. And I have enough energy to supply everybody. And if PACN is getting maybe band A, and they are charging you about 140 per kilowatt, I give you 80. I'm getting your shit. And then using that to my own advantage. The same thing with the solid waste. When you go to the back of the stadium, you see large volume in there. China is looking for some so that you can use the thermal system to generate it. These are some of the things we see around, and it can really, really make a whole lot of difference. When we apply this to every specialty, and I believe that every specialty can do this, some of my head of department has tell them, look, give me your research focus for the next 5 years. And I want to see it improve and increase. Let's take anatomy, for instance. I saw that they've been working a lot on bryophyllum for hypertension, for epilepsy. And bryophyllum can do so much. Just mix it with granite when you get to the village. They'll tell you, because it gives it a taste and a flavor that makes it very, very tolerable. And then for a lot of people that have been using it in the local parlance, you find out that their seizure disorders are almost close to 0 and 1. And then we can really work on that. IITA has done a lot of work on bryophyllum. And then when we do that, then we can really, really package it into special burger. And then before you know it, it's going to yield a lot. So these are some of the things, trying to acculturize whatever we're doing, and it will make a whole lot of difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much, sir. So please, let's... One question. You have one question? Okay. My director has a question. Thank you. Okay.
One, to just round off everything that we have been talking about, you see, we talk about indigenous knowledge, and oftentimes we overlook this indigenous knowledge. Whatever Professor Shotusa just mentioned now, how did you know that they use bryophyllum? How did Yes. How did you know that it can work for hypertension or anything like that? It's also from what our local people have been practicing. Sometimes we just think they are tabula rasa, they don't know anything because we have gone to school, so we know everything. But there are a lot of, this knowledge, this indigenous knowledge that they have, that they know, that can help us. And we can take it, with them and package it better. However, in our conceptualization of research ideas, let us engage them. Community engagement is very important. Engage them from the beginning. Not that you assume that, oh, this is their need, and you package it, go and dump it. When you dump it, they may not even use it because you don't know the roots of that problem. So right from the conceptualization of research idea, let's engage the community. And then along the line until when the outcome is there, and then they can embrace it and, join you in utilizing the outcome of the research. Thank you.
Please give a round of applause for a research leader. Not just a round of applause. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, distinguished panelists. It was great having you here. And it was great having the audience cheering you on. God bless you, Sir Zama. Please, you may take your seats.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We want to hear from the leader of this institute after God, and that is our President, Vice Chancellor, Prof. Ademala Estayo. Please, we invite you to come and talk to us. Please, let's appreciate him.
The immediate past Vice Chancellor of Covenant University, a good friend of mine for many, many years, and the amiable wife. Our distinguished researchers in the house, scholars, emerging scientists. I want to especially thank God for today. Oh, the DVC academic, I saw you here. I never knew you have changed position. Thank you for being here all through, despite the fact that the NUC accreditation exercise is going on. Today, I offer not simply words of encouragement, but a charge, a call to rise into a new era of scientific leadership. Distinguished researchers, our world stands at a critical intersection where knowledge alone is no longer enough. The real measure of research excellence today is not how much knowledge we store, but how much transformation we produce. And therefore, I have 6 charges to hand over to you as you bid us farewell in this university. Number 1, a charge to pursue research with tangible societal impact. Our scientists, our mandate extends beyond laboratories and publications. In this generation, we must transition from chefs to society, reimagining research not as archived knowledge, but as active solutions that change lives. Too many groundbreaking studies remain trapped in journals, inaccessible to those who need them most. I therefore charge you to ensure your work moves from academic shelves into the hands of policymakers, industry leaders, clinicians, farmers, technologists, and communities. Let your research answer urgent questions. Who will this benefit? What problem will it solve? How will it improve society? When research leaves the library and enters the marketplace, the clinic, the classroom, the farm, and the community, then it becomes a force of transformation. Number 2 charge. I charge you to raise a new generation through mentoring. Research leadership is not complete until it becomes generational. Your discoveries may shape the present, but your mentorship will shape the future. I charge you to build teams where young scientists learn not to just methods, but mindsets, integrity, curiosity, discipline, resilience, and a passion for meaningful impact. Your greatest scientific legacy, I want to say it again, your greatest scientific legacy is those people that you've been able to mentor. Number 3, I charge you to balance academic promotion with purposeful research. Promotion should be evidence of contribution, not a checklist. I charge you to let your research journey be driven by purpose, impact, and relevance. Let your publications speak to society's pain points and aspirations. Let your CV capture not only what you wrote, but what you changed. Promotion will come naturally when your work matters deeply. Number 4, I charge you to uphold uncompromising research ethics. Excellence without integrity is failure disguised. I charge you to uphold transparency, reject shortcuts, ensure data integrity, maintain ethical rigor. Trust is the currency of scientific leadership. Guide it diligently. Number 5, I charge you to build bridges, not silos. The most pressing challenges we face, climate change, public health threats, food insecurity, technological disruption, do not respect disciplinary boundaries. I charge you to collaborate boldly across departments, institutions, nations, industries, and sectors. Innovation thrives when ideas intersect. Break the silos, build bridges. Number 6, which is the last, I charge you to use research to tell our story. Your research is a voice, one that can articulate local realities and project national potential to the world. I charge you to conduct research and reflect our context, informs our policies, shape our industries, and amplifies our identity. Be ambassadors of knowledge that transform society and position our nation for global relevance. And in conclusion, let this conference not end with applause, but with action. Let it ignite a movement of purpose-driven discovery, impactful innovation, and transformation leadership. Go forward as creators of solutions. Go forward as mentors of future giants. Go forward as scholars whose work travels from the page to the people, from the shelves to the society. Go forward as custodians of ethical, collaborative, and life-changing inquiry. This is my charge to you today. Go and lead with impact. It's my prayer that the Lord will bless us, that we will live true to our calling as researchers, and our researches will impart the society. Thank you, and God bless you.
I'd like to invite Professor Abiodun. Please, can you come forward? Professor Abiodun. And Mrs. Abiodun. Professor Grace Tayo, please come over. We just want to have a group photograph. Please, can we? Okay, this way. This way. Okay, this way. Yes. Okay, just remain there. Professor Devi, please join. Dr. Anokuru, no, remain. Where is he? Where is he? He's over. Oh, Professor Manze, please come up. Professor Manze, please come up, join in this photo session. And Dr. Amanze. Dr. Amanze, you join there, please. Yes. Yes, go in the middle, yes. Yes. Move this way a bit because of the screen. A bit. Just, yes, it's okay. It's okay. It's open now. Take it first now. Take it first. Take this one first. Doctor, all right. So Dr. Anokuru, please remain standing. Please remain. Dr. Anokuru and the research team, please, research office staff, please join. Okay. Well, some can go behind, because, yeah, you can climb. Yeah, yeah, you can climb. Yeah, yeah. Professor Goemo, you can go up. Yeah. Professor Shokunbi, please. Okay, yeah, Professor Dunaike. Doctor who? Professor Folorun Shako. Professor Shokunbi. Okay, that's okay. Thank you very much. Okay, just a moment, just a moment. Remain where you are, just a moment. All right, thank you very much. You can. Okay, okay, all the parties to sit down, right? All participants, please. Everyone. Some can come up here. Some will sit.
University administrators.
Our guest speaker, please sit.
Dignitaries.
The director of RIG sits down. His president sits down. Professor. We need, where is, no, Professor Debbie, please. And then Professor Guema, where is he? Professor Guema is already, okay. Professor. All right, I think we are good to go. Photographer, please look at us very well and ensure that we are good.
To the university admin.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Please, let's return to our seats. Let's return to our seats. We are cruising home. We are cruising home. So I invite Professor Philemon Amanze to handle the next item on the program. Please, can we be seated? Please, can we be seated? Just a moment and we'll be right where we ought to be. Okay. All right. Well, never mind what we are doing. Don't worry, don't mind. Prof. Amanze is going to let the cat out of the bag very shortly. Okay. Prof. Amanze, sir, so you can. The microphone is finding its way to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. You know, research is always evolving. Okay. Wow. Okay. Okay. It's okay. At this time, we would like to invite the honoree of the day for this leadership conference and leadership 4-hour program, which I've termed the Omega Research Leadership Conference. I would like to invite to come to this table Professor Grace Oluwatoyin Tayo. Please come forward, ma. And we would also like to invite the spouse of the honoree to join her, our own one and only President Vice Chancellor, Professor Demola S. Tayo. You cannot do it alone. He would help you to do it very well. Okay? There are things to be done here. Excuse me. Can I touch the knife?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh. Okay, this way. Oh, onye photo. Thank you very much. There are 3 things on this table before this afternoon, and let's begin somewhere. Let's begin somewhere. The first one is a special presentation a special plaque to be presented to Professor Grace Tayo as a leader in this particular department for the past 10, 11, 12 years, leading out in research, innovation, and international cooperation, and especially in research area. I would like to invite Mrs. Amanze to come forward. Ms. Amanze Ruth, please come forward. Come forward. She's telling me she is Dr. Mrs. Time for the correction, ma. Dr. Mrs. Ruth C. Amanze will present this award to Professor Grace Tayo for the good job she has done for this university for the past 10, 11, 12 years. Thank you very much.
Award of Excellence presented to Professor Grace I add Oluwatoyin Tayo, a frequential leader for an outstanding service at the Office of Research, Innovation, and International Cooperation. May the Lord bless you really good in Jesus' name.
Thank you very much. Then we also have don't go in a hurry, man. Another special presentation. And this presentation, with your permission, the House, I will invite the First Lady of Governor University, and that is, I want to call her name very well, Dr. Mrs. Adebayo. Please come forward. This is a special publication which can be made, prepared for the particular occasion. May I invite the former VC to come and join you to make the presentation? Please, my prof, come. With our full permission. This is a special publication which has been coordinated by the Office of Rick behind her back. She was not told, but I thank God for the coordination. The Deputy Director, Dr. Nokuru, and his team work as a team to make this possible. Kindly present this to her out of love.
Thank you, sir. Wow. To a consequential leader, we celebrate your dedication and impeccable commitment to service as the Director of the Office of Research, Innovation, and International Cooperation, RIC, Babcock University. Congratulations, ma'am. God bless you.
Now, the last but not the least is coming to quarter to item 7. You know, every food not eba is not item 7. When it comes to obe, what do you call fufu in Yoruba language? Is it fufu? When it comes to obe and fufu, that is real item 7. You know, that thing is quarter to. So, before us today is a very special cake. And this cake has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different colors. One side talked about research ethics and integrity. Another one talks about innovation, followed by collaboration, strategic direction, and then the impact we have in society around us. And on top is written research leadership. Hallelujah. So, Prof. Ma, I would like for you to hold this knife, supported by Professor Stephen Tayo. Don't call to us, I say call to. Who should come around here now to support you? Tutu. A1B. Wa. Please. Come beside go to the side of the president side.
Or maybe the twin sister also, Mary Obadimeji.
Oh, who is that person? Mary?
They are twin sisters.
Is that so? 1B. White to the please come. First lady, ma. Please, sir. Okay? Go close to your twin sister. No separation. Who will join us again as we cut this cake? Okay, Chinedu. Chinedu, where are you, sir? Chinedu. Have the microphone now, please. Eh? It's not around. Okay. Dr. Adebaojo, Mrs. All right. Chinedu, you've been here looking at me. Yes, I thought you were very far away. I'm going to invite the Dean of Medical Laboratory Science to come forward and propose a toast before the cake is cut. Professor Esther Adejumo, please come forward. The landlord, Professor Johnson Egwake, stand beside this man here. That the landlord. Please come. Prof, please look at this cake. The color. Is this white or cream? I don't know. Then look at the thing on top of it. Propose a toast before it is cut.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, I can say the cake is so beautiful with many colors. So much of blue and royalties. So much of shining gold and elevations. I want to propose a toast to greater heights to Rick, more collaborations, more innovations, and more visibility. Above all, I want to pray that God will bless, keep, and uphold our director and her family and lead them to greater heights in Jesus' name. Okay, yes. So I'd like us to cut the cake. Somebody is saying the name of the Father, but I'd rather say I, and C. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. All right. All right. Thank you very much. Okay.
Professor Grace Tyre, you have a lot of gratitude, expressions of gratitude coming to you. So the video you are watching are some of the recorded appreciations expressed by your admirers and those who appreciate the good job that you have done and your sense of scholarship. We do hope that you will enjoy it as you watch it.
Administrators, dignitaries, church leaders, esteemed colleagues, faculty, staff, students, honored guests, welcome. well-wishers, ladies and gentlemen, it is both a joy and an honor to stand with you today as we celebrate a remarkable and maintaining long-term global partnership has raised the bar for collaborative research and enriched the international scientific community with Babcock University at the center. Her scholarly contributions go beyond publication and grants. They are reflected in the networks of trust and mentorship she has created, in the young investigators she has nurtured, and in the institutions she has strengthened through collaboration and shared vision. Her dedication demonstrates that leadership in research is not just about discovery. It involves developing others, cultivating wisdom, and forging lasting connections that outlive any single project or grant cycle. Dr. Tayo's decade of impact reminds us that collaboration is more than just a professional strategy. It's a moral, intellectual, and spiritual calling. It's through these partnerships that science transcends borders and innovation finds its true purpose: to serve humanity, to make man whole. Today, we celebrate her 10 years of achievement, humility, and global engagement. As we look forward, we do so with gratitude for her example, trust in her continued leadership, and excitement for everything her vision will inspire. On behalf of Loma Linda University School of Medicine, her colleagues, friends, and the many international partners whose work has been enriched by her collaboration, we extend our heartfelt congratulations and appreciation. Dr. Grace Tayo, thank you for 10 years of outstanding research leadership, global partnership, and unwavering dedication to the advancement of knowledge. We celebrate you, and we look forward to the next decade of impact and inspiration. My dear friend and colleague, Dr. Grace Tayo, congratulations. To the university administrator,
Hi, Mommy. Congratulations on 10 years and working as Director of Research. This is a goodwill message. Big congratulations, and I love you so much. Thank you for being an inspiration to me. Because of you, I've been able to achieve a lot of things. It's such an amazing thing to have you as a role model. Looking at you has been able to push me to do things that I thought I would not be able to do. I don't know how many people can say they have their mother as a mother and a role model. Thank you for everything that you do. You're amazing. You're a strong, beautiful woman, and I pray that God will continue to be with you every step of your thrive. Everything that you lay your hands on, I pray that God is going to fulfill it and multiply it in Jesus' name. We love you so much. Bye.
Congratulations, Mommy. Congratulations for a decade of excellent research leadership. We are very proud of you. We are happy. Congratulations to you, Ma.
Yeah, those are the few that time will permit us to take. Well, you can enjoy the rest hereafter. One more.
Dear Mommy, congratulations! Today we're celebrating more than a decade of your diligence, your dedication, your perseverance, your humility, your steadfastness, and your incredible work ethics. Your ability to balance this with family life marvels me every single day. You remind me every day that excellence isn't just an act, but an habit shaped by perseverance and faith. I am incredibly proud of you, and I'm incredibly proud to be your daughter. You deserve to be celebrated every single day. Cheers to more groundbreaking research. I love you very much. Have fun. Bye.
All that for you. And I think she has many more, right? Yes, it's just that they don't want to, reveal all to you right now. So I'm inviting Ms. Obadimeji to give us a vote of thanks.
I'm going to do this on behalf of Office of the Research, Innovation, and International Cooperation. Before I do that, I would like to ask a question. Sorry, there's no room for testimony. She will read them later. But I want to ask us just a single question, and I want us to be sincere about it. What, as followers, what do we look out for in a leader? What do we look out for in a leader? Please, let's be fast about it because our time is fast spent. If you are not willing to answer, I will go ahead and answer my question by myself. Strength, thank you very much. Encouragement, strength, wisdom, determination, trust, integrity, with kindness. That's beautiful. We all mention what I have in here, but I'm going to add one to it, and that is compassion. You see, our boss here, she's a very wonderful lady. I remember, when she was talking, she said that we are learning every day. She has taught us so many things. Something happened in 2023, and I had to rush home. I lost my dad, and we just concluded a proposal during that time. And one of the team we work with said that he will like me to write a proposal that he's sending somewhere. We discussed it, and my boss said, go ahead and do that. I lost my father, then I travel. I think my boss said to the person behind me that, let's Moji be. I don't think you should just let her rest. She lost her father and all. It was later I got to know about that. But when we finished the burial, I came back and we discussed it. He said that I told Professor so that they should not disturb you because of this and that. Do you know that the courage, she was so compassionate. What he said made me to get up on my seat and ran after the professor. And I said, sir, we are going to do this. Let's come together and write the proposal. We wrote the proposal within a week, and I must say that we got that grant, 60 million naira grant proposal. She's compassionate. She's so wonderful. I want to thank God for her. We've learned so much. Some of us, we really don't know much, but she will give you the opportunity to learn. When there is mistake, she corrects you with passion.
And sincerely, I'm going to really miss her so very much. So on behalf of Research Office, President, Vice Chancellor, our keynote speaker today, all the professors present, the HODs, faculty member and staff, we would like to thank you so very much for being here. Today's event is also a profound significance as we honor Professor Grace Tayo for a remarkable 10-year tenure. She said today that it's 12 years. Thank you very much, Ma. Our leadership has been visionary, unwavering, and deeply transformative. Your dedication, your strength, and genuine investments in people have shaped not only our research landscape, but also the hearts and aspiration of all who have worked with you, Professor Tayo. On behalf of everyone present here, we express, Research Office, express our heartfelt gratitude. Your legacy of excellence, integrity, and service will continue to guide and inspire us along. We continue to inspire us. Thank you very much, Professor Tayo, for everything that you've done for Office of the Research, Innovation, and International Cooperation. For all of you that are present, we'd like to say thank you. As you go back to your various destinations, we pray that the Almighty God will go with you and He will grant all of you your heart desires for good in the mighty name of Jesus. Thank you very much, sir. We don't know what tomorrow holds, but some of us would like to reach out to you in the aspect of linkages with patents and all that. We don't have all the time to summarize what I've gained from you today. If I remain in the Research Office, we will call you and so that you can guide us on how to go about those things. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you all very much for coming. May the Lord be with you as you leave.
Thank you, Mary Abadimeji. Thank you very much. I invite Professor Cyril Nwangruka for the closing prayer. Professor Cyril Nwangruka, please come and close us with prayer. It's been a very rewarding day. So give us a closing prayer.
Okay. Let's be upstanding, please. Father, we thank you for this day. Indeed, it's a day that has made history. It's a day we will always remember for good. Tracing our paths from the past to the present gives us hope for a better future. And so we thank you for the stewardship of your daughter and your son, the President, Vice Chancellor. Thank you for how you've used them, and especially her in Rick, to steer the ship of this growing department. We pray, Lord, that you will continue to be the wind beneath their wings as they fly on. Father, you will strengthen them. You will give grace to operate in their future endeavors. We pray that, Lord, this will be the least they will ever accomplish, because the future is brighter. And as they go on this journey, Lord, we pray you will be their guide. You will be their strength. You will be their wisdom. And you will be their security. You will watch over them round about, forth and back. Lord, every step they take will record success and progress. Father, Rick will grow from this moment and will expand even beyond our widest imaginations. All those that you will inject to help, to collaborate, both internally and outside, Lord, we pray you will send them. Let the doors of favor open up and let there be progress. Thank you because our paths have crossed in so many ways. Father, may it continue that way. May we continue to remember and interact as time persists. Thank you, because ultimately our desire is to be with you. Father, may all our labors here on earth not be in vain, because when you come, may on account of what we've done and the things we have stood in for you for, Lord, may they be remembered in glory. Please reward us with eternal life. Thank you, everlasting Father, for in Christ's name we have prayed. Amen.
Please do not go yet. I will be inviting Tutu to tell us how lunch is served. But I need to express our hearty appreciation to those who have been with us online. We thank you very much. We appreciate you. You've been steadfast. You've been part of this, and we do hope that you also had a good time as those of us who are here. Thank you very much. Well, I wish you could participate in the lunch. If you can, please join us.
Thank you, everyone. I've always convinced myself that no one can take me by surprise. But Rick team did that, and honestly, very surprised, because I wonder how they did that right under my nose, and I did not know. Thank you very much. God bless you all. And every one of us will be celebrated in Jesus' name. I am grateful.
All right. Tutu.
Thank you so much, everyone. So we have, please don't go. Lunch is going to be served here. And we have amala, begiri, and ewedu. We also have edikaiko. We have egusi and eforiro. So if you want to take amala or poundo, you have about 4 soups to pick from. And then we have fried rice and jollof rice. And then you have protein, chicken, and fish. Please, eat our food. Don't go away. Eat so that we don't want our food wasted. So please, the door will be locked so that you can eat. Eat on us as much as you can. No takeaway, please.